advice effe ow'omu weekend twenda okwebaza olw'olunaku luno lwetutegekeire olwaleero okuba wano okusobola okwega bannaffe abakulu bye batutegekeire. Tukwebaza olw'embeera ey'obwire ennungi, tukwebaza ku lwabo b'osobodde okuleeta okuva mu byalo ne wano mu Kamuli. Tukwebaza nti Katonda otuwaire obulamu obutusobozesa okuba wano. Katonda ife nga twidye wano mu maiso go, tuli kwegayira otuyambe otubwikula obwongo tusobole okwega tuve wano nga tulina kye tukyuseeku. Tuli kwegayira ekibumba otuyambe otugabirire, tuwa obwongo obusobola okutegeera bye bajja otwegesa, tusobole okukyuka mu bulamu bwaife n'okukyusa ku makolero gaife yona yona ye tuba. Tukwebaza Katonda olw'omukisa gw'otuwaire aba Bank of Uganda okwidda wano. Tukwebaza kubanga kino tikya buliido. Webale eno kibumba byonna byonna ebiri wano tubita mu musaayi gwo, nga byonna byonna tukwebaza nga tubita mu linnya lya Yesu Kristo.
Okay, thank you.
50,000. Excuse me, Nyabo.
Yes, please.
This man has a problem.
Which problem?
Check it, it's not genuine.
The money was given to me by the other client, the other gentleman you saw.
Take extra caution when dealing with money. Check out for the security features of genuine money before you accept it. There are security features that help you quickly identify genuine money. The silver foil stripe on the front of the denominations of 10,000, 20,000 and 50,000 have images on them to help you identify them easily. When you tilt the notes side to side, the letters B or U appear to expand and contract. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you.
Henry! How many times do I have to ring this bell so that you come out of that house?
Give me that.
Tell Nakato to give you 2 sticks of cigarette.
Don't run, just walk normally.
Hey! Salongo, you're going to reach here. How is you? Not bad. How is you?
Dad!
Yeah.
Dad! Our house is burning!
What?
Our house is burning!
Mukasa, do you still keep your money in this house?
Avoid keeping money in ceilings, gardens, pits, and pest-prone areas so as to minimize the risk of losing it. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
You know what, guy? This was a very good day.
Yes, it was. But I wish you could do better with your money instead of having fun and buying new clothes.
Not this time now, I'm tired of renting. I'm drafting money to acquire land.
Tani now, do you really have to keep your money in Chaco? Who are you going to give that dirty money full of Chaco?
Money is money, my friend. You know how many people will die to have this dirty money of mine?
Enough, Tani. Stop behaving like a child. Don't you know that keeping money badly damages it? Just look how bad the money you've been keeping looks like before adding on more.
Stain elements like charcoal, soil, ink, oil, and others reduce the strength and lifespan of currency. Always protect your money regardless of your work environment. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
What is that? What is it?
Why are you giving me this small coin?
Have I not given you all your money?
Can't you give me something better than this?
Better than what? Is it a illegal tender for Bank of Uganda?
I don't need these coins. Give me my money.
No.
I said give me my money. Give me
Young
my money.
lady,
What is
young
it? What
lady.
is it?
Don't you know that it is wrong to reject a national currency of any denomination? You should respect it and know that all money has value.
Bank of Uganda issues coins in the denominations of Uganda shillings 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, 100, 200, 500 and 1000. They are all legal tender in Uganda and should be accepted for all transactions. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
Connect a master.
Pay my money and save time.
Connect a master.
Pay my money and save time.
Balance.
Hey, madam, this money is fake.
Are you okay?
This is fake money.
When did you start being an expert at analyzing money?
I'm saying that money is fake.
Let me get out. Can you please open the door?
Tugende.
All the banknotes have a windowed security thread on the back that changes color from red to green when tilted away from you. This thread goes in and out of the banknote but appears unbroken when held up against light. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you.
Okay, thank you.
50,000. Excuse me, Nyabo.
Yes, please.
This man has a problem.
Which problem?
Check it, it's not genuine.
The money was given to me by the other client, the other gentleman you saw.
Take extra caution when dealing with money. Check out for the security features of genuine money before you accept it. There are security features that help you quickly identify genuine money. The silver foil stripe on the front of the denominations of 10,000, 20,000 and 50,000 have images on them to help you identify them easily. When you tilt the notes side to side, the letters B or U appear to expand and contract. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you.
Exactly, the Small Business Recovery Fund. Again, who is eligible? How much can they get and for how long?
So thank you for that question, Ralph. The Small Business Recovery Fund was designed to help businesses that suffered losses due to the lockdown occasioned by COVID-19. Because remember, they were locked down and people are not moving. So businesses were affected. So this fund was put in place in 2021 to help those businesses to recover from the effects of COVID-19.
Yes.
So the businesses were looking at were small businesses that required not too much money. So the loan size was put at 100 million, then we revised it to 200. And I'll tell you that later we revised again. So
revised upwards?
We revised upwards for people to take more money.
What exactly the Small Business Recovery Fund? Again, who is eligible? How much can they get and for how long?
So thank you for that question, Ralph. The Small Business Recovery Fund was designed to help businesses that suffered losses due to the lockdown occasioned by COVID-19. Because remember, they were locked down and people are not moving. So businesses were affected. So this fund was put in place in 2021 to help those businesses to recover from the effects of COVID-19.
Yes.
So the businesses were looking at were small businesses that required not too much money. So the loan size was put at 100 million, then we revised it to 200. And I'll tell you that later we revised again. So
revised upwards?
We revised upwards for people to take more money.
What exactly the Small Business Recovery Fund? Again, who is eligible?
We do not wish to be abstract. We want to be understood. We also want to be accessible. And most importantly, we want to listen to you. Yes, we are here to share information about what we do and to highlight opportunities that can benefit you. But even more importantly, we are here to hear from you, in particular your experiences, your concerns, and your ideas, so that we can continually improve how we serve you.
Before mobile money came or digital payments came, all our transactions used to be in the form of cash. You want to send money to Kampala, you put it on a bus, someone takes it for you, Kampala, or sometimes post office. That now has changed. You can just use your phone and send money to someone wherever.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome to this Masindi Town Hall meeting, especially dedicated for the leaders of Masindi and organized by the Bank of Uganda. My name is Robert Awagonza, and I am your Master of Ceremonies today. And my duty today is to ensure that the program that we have with us, which is in your folders, is seamlessly implemented. Before we go any further, I want to recognize the key leaders that have joined us. And please allow me to start with the high table. At the high table, we have the representative of the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Kyamiza Musa, representing CAO. Thank you so much for coming. At the high table, we have the representative of the Bank Secretary, Mr. Kenneth Egesa from the Bank of Uganda. And later, we are going to be joined by the Deputy Governor, who is officiating today's engagement. Please allow me crossover and recognize Bishop Joshua Kugonza Amoti, the Diocesan Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese. Amoti, thank you so much for coming. He's officially on leave. But then when he heard that Bank of Uganda was coming, he had to recall himself a bit from leave to come and be with us. Let's add him another round of applause. Thank you, my Lord Bishop, for coming. With us and seated next to him is the representative of the woman member of Parliament, Masindi District, Mr. Byaruhanga Moses Atenyi. So gender inclusivity is key here. So you have a man representing a woman. That's very important and interesting. The woman member of parliament is away. She's actively soliciting for votes for the speakership. Please allow me to recognize ASP, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Mugisa Solomon Akiki. He's the Regional Community Liaison Officer, Albertine North. Sir, you are most welcome. We also have ASP Babiesiza Robina, DCLO Masindi. Want to recognize SP Mbale Sururo Rastar, representing the Commandant, Prison Training School, Kabarie. And BSC's representative, please allow me to commend SP Mbale. He received us well when we had gone to invite the Commandant at Kabarie Training School. Thank you, SP Mbale. Today we've been joined by Warden Okuta Charles Wilfred, in charge, Masindi Sector, MFCA. We also have Mr. Kiranda Abdallah, Deputy Head Teacher, Masindi Army Secondary School. Odong Leo, Head of Department, Business Subjects, Masindi. Basically, this is a team from that school. And then we have Lieutenant Patrick Muhomoza, representing the admin Masindi Army SS. Lay Reader Baguma Kevin Nyabaranzi Atuoki, thank you so much for coming. From the banks or the financial institution that the Bank of Uganda supervises and regulates, we have Aganyira Joseph Akiki, who is the manager, Centenary Bank, Masindi. We have Alan Makanga, Regional Business Manager, MTN Momo, Western Region. Want to recognize Mr. Kagim Patrick, Manager, Brack Bank, Masindi. Allow me to recognize Mr. Vishnu Narayan, Deputy General Manager in charge of Finance, Kinyara Sugar Works. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Want to recognize presence of Madifa Sako, specifically Mr. Edward Ngarambi, Head of Credit and Operations, Hope Mpaire, Finance Manager, Kabagambe James, Credit Manager from Madifa. And Madifa is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Allow me to recognize Mr. Bone Okello, who is the Regional Head, Western Region. This is Insurance Regulatory Authority. He was with us yesterday as well. Thank you so much for coming. We have Mr. Benon Mugambe. Again, these are sister financial sector regulators. Mr. Benon Mugambe are from the Microfinance Regulations Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Ladies and gentlemen, Microfinance Regulations Department is what was formerly Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, UMRA. Is now at the Ministry of Finance. And we want to recognize Mr. Katongole Mark from the same department. Thank you, Mark, for coming. Allow me to recognize Mr. Simwe Patrick, Deputy Town Clerk, who is representing the Town Clerk, Masindi Municipal Council. Amoti, thank you so much for coming. With us today is Miss Nanzala Annette, Principal Finance Officer, Masindi Municipal Council. Allow me to recognize the CLO, Masindi Police Station. I think I'd already recognized her, but allow me to recognize SP, Mugisa Solomon Akiki. Thank you for coming. We'll recognize the rest of the protocol as we move along with the program, but please allow me to recognize the presence of Haji Abdallah Serunkuma, who is officially representing Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. All right, when you say Kabalega, then you say Lega. Yes, so that's how we do it in Bunyoro. So he's representing the kingdom, but also is the head of the business community in Masindi. Thank you so much for coming, Wekitinisa. Let me slightly cross over to the Bank of Uganda. From the Bank of Uganda side, allow me recognize Mr. Gasta Kayinja, the Director, People and Culture Department. Please allow me to recognize Mr. Edward Mugerwa, who is heading the Administered Funds Department at the Bank of Uganda. We have Mr. Andrew Kawere, Director, National Payment Systems Department. And he was on air, Bunyoro Broadcasting Services, yesterday for a talk show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Okitinisa Abdallah Serunkuma, hope all the questions that had not been answered yesterday here were answered. Thank you for coming. Want to recognize Mr. Vincent Tusabe, who is representing Director Currency. But please allow me to recognize somebody who represented the Deputy Governor yesterday, and substantively he heads the Commercial Banking Department at the Bank of Uganda, Mr. Hannington Waswa. I'd like to recognize Omunyoro Charles Mugisa Amoti, who is heading Banking Department at the Bank of Uganda. I want to recognize Mr. Andrew Elwana, who is the Deputy Director, Communications and Public Relations, deputizing Kenneth. We have Dorothy Namarome, who has come with Edward, and they are here for Agricultural Credit Facility and Small Business Fund. Aboli, thank you so much for coming. Omunyorokati Omurongo Nakato Immaculate. Adieri. Thank you for coming. Dr. Deo Sande, representing Director, Monetary Policy Department. Thank you for coming. I'll slightly cross over a bit to finish the BAU team. I want to recognize with us here is Rita Karungi Butime from the National Payment Systems Department. We have Ruth Virungi, your very own Mwananzaro Yahanu, Ruth Virungi Amoti. Thank you for coming. I want to go to the regulators and recognize Capital Markets Authority. Capital Markets Authority, we have Dickens, and Lynn. Thank you so much for coming. They were with us here yesterday, and they are here again today to make sure that we complete this journey together. We have one of the prominent businessmen in Masindi, Mr. Franco Vaitwa. Atwoki, thank you so much for coming. Now allow me to go back to the program a bit, just to let you know what you should expect today. Today we we are expecting to have remarks by the bank secretary. And like I told you, the bank secretary is represented by Mr. Kenneth Egesa, and he will invite the political leadership to deliver their remarks as well. The district leadership, generally technical, political, will be invited to deliver the remarks, and then we'll go into the keynote address of the major remarks and presentation by the Deputy Governor, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, who is joining us shortly, but he has given us a condition that we need to see this hall full. So please make sure that if you have your friends who are not yet here, the second VIP area is not yet full. Kindly WhatsApp them. I'm referring to the people of Masindi, and ask them to join us so that we move together. And then after that, today we are committing a lot of time for question and answer session, the feedback session, the open forum. So during that time, you'll have an opportunity to share with us your comments, your insights, your perspectives, or even ask questions. And the team from the Bank of Uganda, headed by the Deputy Governor, will gladly respond. And after that, we'll have a vote of thanks from the district leadership again. And we'll close this with a closing prayer, and then the anthems, a group photo, and very finally, the lunch. So if all goes well, we intend to finish the entire program by 2:30 p.m. So that is the program for you. But also just to let you know that on your tables, you have a folder. A folder that looks like this. This folder belongs to you. And it's an information pack containing the key information that you need to know about today's engagement. There's a writing pad for you. There is a pen. So please make use of it on your tables. We know when we come to the Q&A session, sometimes the time is not sufficient for all of us to ask questions verbatim. So we normally encourage us to write the questions as they emerge, because we also know that you could forget by the time we come to the point of giving you a microphone to ask. Probably you could have forgotten the question you wanted to ask. So on that note, I want to encourage us to take note of the emerging issues, concerns, or questions, and write them on a piece of paper. The team from the Bank of Uganda will come and collect that piece of paper, and then we'll have Bank of Uganda respond to the questions raised or the feedback shared. Because we want to have a record of you, we want to remind you, just in case you've not registered with us, we have a digital stakeholder system that we are using to register at the entrance. So in case you could have come in without registering, you could quietly walk out and register with us, so that we get more information about you, which we can use in future. In the due course of this town hall meeting, we'll have a feedback session. In this day and age, feedback is very key. It is very important that we get to know your thoughts about today's engagement. So when the time comes, the DJ will display the QR code, and you'll use the QR code to scan and give us feedback. We value that feedback, because it is only through feedback that we can serve you better as the central bank. So when that time comes, make sure that you scan the QR code and give us feedback. In the meantime, make sure that you have data on your phone, but also we are going to connect with the hotel to get the Wi-Fi password just in case you don't have data. We also have a solution for those without smartphones. You have the USSD option, and the team from the Bank of Uganda, headed by Hudson Bunya, who is heading the stakeholder, digital stakeholder feedback team, will show you how you can actually give us feedback. I want to recognize the Dean of St. Matthew's Cathedral, Masindi Kitara Diocese. Canon, thank you so much for coming, Reverend Canon. We do appreciate a book tukutangirire muno wabali muno kuija. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly that is the program for today. We also have services that we are going to offer alongside this engagement. That is the mutilated currency redemption service, and Vincent is heading a team here, which is already in the tent. In case you have torn money, you have an opportunity to have it exchanged, and then you receive a new one at no cost. But make sure that by the time you bring that note to be changed for you, at least 2/3 of that note should be there. At least a serial number which runs across from up downward should be there. At least one signature, either for the governor, the bank secretary, should be there. There should be digits or figures reflecting the value of that note. If it is 1,000, we need to say 1000. And then, of course, it should be a genuine note, but which is damaged. If you have them, please make use of this opportunity so that you don't have to wait for people to find you where you are later when we have gone back to Kampala to say, I'm changing it for you at a cost. So that service is available. Please make use of it today. If you have torn or damaged notes, please bring them during break time, then we'll give you new notes. I'll hand over shortly back to the DJ to take us through the documentaries that we have, and then we'll start shortly. Thank you so much for responding to the invitation. Thank you so much for keeping time.
Banka enkuru eya Uganda neterera ebitebe byona ebyayahura twehoze ebine sente ezikuhingura na ntabarwa emu nekichweka eza Uganda ne sente ekitebe rundi ekitongole ekizine kukolesa ezikuhingura obukaide bitanu kwehandikisa kutunga ebaruha kuruga mu Bank of Uganda ekubikiriza kukora nkoko amateeka agafuga microfinance deposit 2023 garagira kukora otaine baruha kuchwa amateeka era atagahondiire asobora kujunaanibwa embuga z'amateeka. Abantu inywena nimuteerera kukoragana n'ebitebe ebyo byonka ebiikiriziibwe kukora. Ogu weena akwenda kumanya ebirukiraho hikira.
Want to thank all those who have just joined us. Thank you so much for coming to attend this Bank of Uganda Town Hall meeting in Masindi. Please allow me to recognize Honorable Ayebale Evelyn, who is representing the chairperson LC5 Masindi District. Thank you, Honorable, for coming.
Enkuru eya Uganda oba hamukutu gwa Bank of Uganda. Obutumwa buno bubaleeteirwe Bank of Uganda. Banka enkuru eya Uganda neterera ebitebe byona ebyayahura twehoze ebine sente ezikuhingura na ntabarwa emu nekichweka eza Uganda ne sente ekitebe rundi ekitongole ekizine kukolesa ezikuhingura obukaide bitanu kwehandikisa kutunga ebaruha kuruga mu Bank of Uganda ekubikiriza kukora nkoko amateeka agafuga microfinance deposit 2023 garagira. Kukora otaine baruha kuchwa amateeka era atagahondiire asobora kujunaanibwa embuga z'amateeka. Abantu inywena nimuteerera kukoragana n'ebitebe ebyo byonka ebiikiriziibwe kukora. Ogu weena akwenda kumanya ebirukiraho hikira bano. Ofisi ya Director Non-Bank Financial Institutions Department rundi Bank enkuru eya Uganda oba hamukutu gwa Bank of Uganda. Obutumwa buno bubaleeteirwe Bank of Uganda.
Conductor Massa.
Pay my money, save time.
Balance.
Hey, madam, this money is fake.
Are you okay?
This is fake money.
When did you start being an expert at analyzing money?
I'm saying that money is fake.
Let me get up. Can you please open the door?
To get it.
All the banknotes have a winged security thread on the back that changes color from red to green when tilted away from you. This thread goes in and out of the banknote but appears unbroken when held up against light. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
Okay, thank you.
50,000. Excuse me, Nyabo.
Yes, please.
This man has a problem.
Which problem?
Check it, it's not genuine.
The money was given to me by the other client, the other gentleman you saw.
Take extra caution when dealing with money. Check out for the security features of genuine money before you accept it. There are security features that help you quickly identify genuine money. The silver foil stripe on the front of the denominations of 10,000, 20,000 and 50,000 have images on them to help you identify them easily. When you tilt the notes side to side, the letters B or U appear to expand and contract. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you.
Alex, one time I was in the supermarket and the cashier told one of the clients that her money was fake. How do I tell fake money and genuine one?
The lower denomination banknotes of 1,000, 2,000 and 5,000 shillings have a color patch that changes from purple to green when tilted away from you. This is called an optical variable device. The bigger banknotes of 10,000, 20,000 and 50,000 have a patch that changes from green to blue when tilted away from you. This patch has a diagonal bright line that moves left to right when tilted side to side. This is called spark. Always check your money for genuine security features to guard against counterfeit banknotes.
Now you know your money.
This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
Alex.
Henry, how many times do I have to ring this bell so that you come out of that house?
Give me that.
Tell Nakato to give you 2 sticks of cigarette.
Don't run, just walk normally.
Hey! Salongo, you're gonna reach here.
I see. Not bad. I saw.
Dad!
Yeah.
Dad! Our house is burning!
What?
Our house is burning!
Mufasa, do you still keep your money in this house?
Avoid keeping money in ceilings, gardens, pits, and pest-prone areas so as to minimize the risk of losing it. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
You know what, guy? This was a very good day.
Yes, it was. But I wish you could do better with your money instead of having fun and buying new clothes.
Not this time now, way. I'm tired of renting. I'm collecting money to acquire land.
Mtani now, way. Do you really have to keep your money in chako? Who are you going to give that dirty money full of chako?
Money is money, my friend. Do you know how many people will die to have this dirty man of mine?
Enough, Mtani. Stop behaving like a child. Don't you know that keeping money badly damages it? Just look how bad the money you've been keeping looks like before adding on more.
Stain elements like charcoal, soil, ink, oil, and others reduce the strength and lifespan of currency. Always protect your money regardless of your work environment. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of...
Let me help you help me.
What is it?
Why are you giving me this small coin?
Have I not given you all your money?
Can Can't you give me something better than this?
Better than what? Is it a illegal tender for Bank of Uganda?
I don't need these coins. Give me my money.
No.
I said give me my money. Give me
Young
my money.
lady,
What is
young
it?
lady.
What is it?
Don't you know that it is wrong to reject a national currency of any denomination? You should respect it and know that all money has value.
Bank of Uganda issues coins in the denominations of Uganda shillings 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, 100, 200, 500 and 1000. They are all legal tender in Uganda and should be accepted for all transactions. Money is precious. Handle with respect. This message is brought to you by Bank of Uganda.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Want to thank the leaders in their respective capacities who have just joined us for this Bank of Uganda Town Hall meeting. Any moment from now, the Deputy Governor is joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, twemere tutangire Deputy Governor. May we stand up and welcome the Deputy Governor, Professor Augustus Nwagaba. And we shall remain standing for the anthems. We shall remain standing for a word of prayer, and please allow me invite the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza Amoti, to pray for us.
Let us pray. Gracious and Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us such an opportunity to gather together here. We thank you for granting us life, giving us safe journey mercies. We also thank you, God, for the services and the work of Bank of Uganda here present with us today. We thank you for the presence of the Deputy Governor of Bank of Uganda, who is facilitating this engagement this day. Bless this day for us. Bless the engagement we have. Thank you for the leaders of this region who are gathered here. Be with us. Give us all that we desire for this day. May you use your servants who are going to speak to us, but also may our engagement be fruitful for good of this nation and the community at large. We pray this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may get seated. Let's give a round of applause to our bishop, the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza Amoti. Amoti, thank you so much for spiritually refreshing us this morning. The Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, and before he leaves the Masindi, probably, since the Kingdom representative is here, they'll give you Mpako. So you are most welcome. And before you, Deputy Governor, we have the bank secretary's representative who is seated on your left, immediate left, Mr. Kenneth Egesa. We have the representative of the chairperson LC5, Honorable Evelyn, seated on your right. And we have the representative of the cow, represented by Mr. Musa Amoti. The top district leadership, Deputy Governor, is currently at Speaker Resort Munyonyo for an annual performance review conference, which is being officiated by the president, and they can't make it here, but they have sent representatives. The other side, Deputy Governor, we have the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, who has just led us in prayer, the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza Moti. He's seated with his two assistants. We'll start with the one on the right, who is the Bishop's assistant on faith and order. And at the same time, the Dean of St. Matthew's Cathedral, the Reverend Canon Lydia Kwesiga is here, Abok is here. And on his left is the Assistant Bishop on Administration Matters, who is the Diocesan Secretary, Reverend Canon Mukuru Ronald. With us today, Deputy Governor, is the representative of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, who is none other than Oktinisa Haj Serunkuma Abdallah. We are expecting the Member of Parliament of Ruli, but as of now, we have the representative of the woman Member of Parliament, Masindi, with us. Moses, thank you so much for coming. Deputy Governor, with us today are financial sector regulators that we work with. We start with the Capital Markets Authority, seated over there. We have the Insurance Regulatory Authority. We have the Microfinance Regulations Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have leaders from the security side. We have the Training School of Cavalier here with us, represented. We have the Uganda Police Force, who are taking lead and guaranteeing our security here, also present. We have the Uganda Prisons present. We cross over. Thank you so much for coming, Afande. And then we have the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Those ones confuse me between security and wildlife, but they're here as wildlife. Thank you so much for coming. Deputy Governor, in the best interest of time, will recognize the rest of the protocol as we move along. But at this juncture, before I invite the bank secretary's representative, allow me slightly introduce you to this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Augustus Noagaba is a man of so many courts. He's not only the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Uganda, he's a gallant intellectual, he's an international consultant, he's a Rotarian, he's a marriage counselor. He wears so many coats that I cannot exhaust today. So it is important that you once again join me in welcoming him officially to this important event. I now want to take this singular honor of inviting the bank secretary's representative, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Kenneth Egesa, to come and officially welcome us and deliver remarks. Kenneth, you are most welcome. If you don't mind, you can welcome him with a round of applause.
Webale omunyoro wagonza. The Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, District Municipal Leadership, management staff of Bank of Uganda, all leaders in your capacities, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, muraire muta. Mwevale okwija omulukurato luno. A very good morning to you all, and many thanks again for joining us for this important engagement. As Bank of Uganda, it's our honor and privilege to be with you here today, and we really welcome you to this town hall meeting. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to us. Deputy Governor, for the last 2 days we've been here, we've been enjoying ourselves. We don't wish to go back to Kampala. We are equally grateful for the presence here today, for your presence here today, despite your many responsibilities. Your participation reflects a shared commitment to building a stable and resilient and inclusive financial system for our country. Mwebale mno. This engagement today is part of Bank of Uganda's continued efforts to strengthen its connection with the people that we serve. Across the country, we have prioritized direct dialogue with stakeholders, listening, learning, and exchanging perspectives, so that our policies are not only grounded in data, but also informed by the lived realities of Ugandans. We firmly believe that a central bank must not operate at a distance from the people. And indeed, you can see we have the Deputy Governor who has been brought close to the people. A central bank must remain accessible, responsive, and engaged. When people cannot come to the bank must go to the people. That principle underpins our presence here today, and as you can see, we've turned up in large numbers. The Bank of Uganda is mandated to promote price stability and to ensure a sound and stable financial system to support socio-economic transformation. However, these objectives cannot be achieved in isolation. They require your trust, collaboration, and active participation from all of our stakeholders. Our approach is therefore deliberately inclusive. We value dialogue and recognize that sustainable solutions emerge when diverse voices are heard and incorporated. In this regard, you are not here merely as participants in this meeting. You are our partners in shaping Uganda's economic future. Ladies and gentlemen, Let me also mention that the work of the Bank of Uganda is closely interwoven with everyday life. It influences the cost of living, the value of the money that you carry, access to credit, and the safety of deposits within financial institutions. The Deputy Governor is going to take you through all of these things in this one morning, but I'm sure that it will be an interesting engagement. It's therefore essential that citizens from all walks of life, whether in business, agriculture, public service, or community leadership, understand how we operate, how the financial system functions, and how it affects them. As the saying goes, an informed public is a more empowered public and ultimately a stronger partner in national development. So as we reflect on our shared responsibilities, we are reminded that progress is inherently collective. Just as different parts of a body function together to sustain life, so too must institutions such as ours, communities, and individuals work in harmony to achieve economic transformation. No single institution can deliver prosperity alone. It requires our joint or coordinated effort, sound policies, responsive financial practices, and active citizen participation. Whether it is through proper currency handling, engagement with formal financial systems, or participation in government-supported financial initiatives, every contribution matters. Beyond our core mandate, the Bank of Uganda also recognizes the broader social dimensions of development. Through our corporate social responsibility initiatives, we support interventions in critical areas such as health, particularly maternal and child health, as part of our commitment to a healthier and more productive society. In fact, in the course of this engagement here yesterday, Deputy Governor, we also had the opportunity to spend time with children living with disabilities in Masindi School for the Handicapped. It was a deeply humbling experience, one that reminded us that while circumstances may differ, aspirations do not. These young individuals carry dreams that are every bit as valid and deserving of support. In partnership with our staff and contributions from the Bank of Uganda, we made a modest gesture of support. This was not simply an act of giving, but a reaffirmation of a core principle that socio-economic transformation must be inclusive and that no one should be left behind in our collective journey towards national development. In closing, let me emphasize that this engagement is not a one-way. It's a two-way exchange. We are here not only to share information, but also to listen, and to listen attentively and constructively. So we encourage you to actively participate, raise questions, share your experiences, perspectives, and give us advice. We are open to receiving your advice. Your insights, I believe, will be invaluable in helping us serve you better and in strengthening the effectiveness of our policies. Please join me once again in inviting you to participate fully, and thank you very much for listening to me.
A big round of applause for the Bank Secretary's representative, Mr. Kenneth Egesa. Please allow me to recognize the arrival of the Member of Parliament, Buruli County, Honorable Akugizibwe Aled Atuoki. Here locally they call him Kasojo Kato. Atuoki, thank you so much for coming. We are very happy to see you. Deputy Governor, before I invite the representative of the chairperson, LC5, who will in turn invite the Member of Parliament, who will in turn invite you to speak. That's protocol. please allow me to recognize the following people. We've been joined by Reverend Father Byaruhanga Aloysius, the parish priest of St. Jude Catholic Parish, Masindi. And Reverend Father Byaruhanga Aloysius is representing the Bishop of Hoima Catholic Diocese, which takes 9 districts of Bunyoro Kitara sub-region. Thank you, Reverend Father, for coming. Want to recognize once again the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza, together with the Dean and the Diocesan Secretary. They also came with Reverend Josibad Tiberi Indwa, seated over there, from the same diocese. With us today is SP Tukasima Pensive DPC Masindi. SASP Kaima Yunus, representing the RPC Midwestern Region, Uganda prisons. ASP Mugisa Solomon Akiki, Regional CLO. ASP Babiesiza Robina, Deputy CLO. Mr. Byaruhanga Moses, representing the Woman Member of Parliament, Masindi. SP Mbale Suburo Rastal, representing the Commandant of the Police Training School, Kabarie. Warden Okuta Charles Wilfred, in charge of Masindi Sector, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and the entire team that they have come with. We have the financial sector regulators who have been with us since yesterday. Capital Markets Authority, they are here with us again today, Deputy Governor. And then we have the Insurance Regulatory Authority and the Microfinance Regulations Department at the Ministry of Finance. With us today, Deputy Governor, are the financial institutions that we regulate and supervise. We have Centenary Bank, Absa Bank, Equity, not yet here. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Stanbic, we are doing roll call now. Stanbic, Pearl Bank, Brack Bank, Pride, Madifa, Deputy Governor is one of the first 3 large circles that were got regulated by Bank of Uganda. I'll move on to recognize the Deputy General Manager, Kinyara Sugar Works, Mr. Vishnu Narayan. We also want to recognize the representative of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, Okitinisa Abdallah Serunkuma, the cultural institution that takes this. Now they have learned it, Deputy Governor. Every time in Bunyoro we say Kabalega, the response is Lega. And you know Kabalega is a hero here. He did so many things for Bunyoro and Uganda at large. Deputy Governor, we have quite a number of guests coming from the civil society space. And we also have guests from who are opinion leaders. I saw Munyerokati Process Ingoma. We have Honorable Ernest Kiza. Just stepped out. Honorable Ernest Kiza. Okay, was here earlier, but you should be back. Because the academia deputy governor is very key in whatever we do. We have the different schools. So if you're a head teacher, if you're a deputy head teacher, if you're a bursar, if you are an economics teacher, please stand up for recognition. Schools, those who have come from schools. Thank you so much for coming. We'll recognize the rest of the protocol as we move along. Now, allow me to invite the representative of the chairperson, LC5, Honorable Ayebale Evelyn, to come and make her brief remarks. After that, she'll invite the Member of Parliament, Bruli County, to speak to us. And the Member of Parliament will invite you, Deputy Governor, to deliver your keynote address.
Thank you so much, our today's MC, our Deputy Bank Governor, Mr. Augustus Nwagaba, our political leaders in your different capacities, our religious leaders headed by our Bishop, Gonza Moti, you're most welcome, and our Bishop representative from the parish priest, St. Jude, Father Aloysius Byaruhanga, you're most welcome also. Our cow representative, Mr. Chamza, you're most welcome. Our area MOP, district councillors, and all the distinguished guests. The security team, I've also not forgotten you, you're most welcome. And all of you in all your capacities, otherwise protocol observed. Good morning. I'm by the names Ayebale Evelyn, currently the district female youth councillor, Masindi, but also by God's grace, district woman councillor elect, Central Division where you are. So you're most welcome. And with the security here, security is guaranteed. So feel at home, everyone who is here. I'm so glad to have such a meeting where the Deputy Bank Governor is present, where the regulatory authorities, the banks, and everything is present here. It's a very, very big opportunity because these things, we just see them in news, and like I've never felt like it will be crucial like this, like that the bank should always come to people and to meet us, we discuss and we dialogue and so on. I was so impressed when the secretary mentioned it that when the people can't go to the bank, let the bank go to the people. It was a very, very strong statement that when you don't go to Equity, let Equity come to you, for example. When you don't go to Centenary, Centenary will look for you, which was a very, very big statement that we really need each other. And finances or money is a strong financial thing, is the bloodstream of each and every activity we do. Without money, I think we can't do anything. There was barter trade during that time where they could just exchange goods by goods and so on, but now the system has changed that we need money. We find churches are having loans, school fees have loans, districts are borrowing, even our country, we have a loan, you know it. So everything is all about money. So when we see the Bank of Uganda coming to people, we have a feeling that now everything is solved. Everything is solved. When we see the bank governor here, we see money. So I was calling one of my colleagues. I was like, do you know the meeting which is there tomorrow? He was like, yeah. I was like, what has come into your mind that the deputy bank governor of Uganda is coming to Masindi? He was like, of course, that's money. So deputy bank governor, transport refund expectations this time is very high. So you better You better revise. You better revise what you had planned. So people here, when they see and when we see everything, it's money. But what do I mean? There are so many government programs which are always in the Bank of Uganda, which people don't know. And when I saw the religious representatives, the head teachers, people in distinguished capacities, I was like, yeah, wow. There is a lot of information which we need to know, and it's not well disseminated to people. People don't know that there are opportunities. More especially women, we have a lot of opportunities in these banks. People don't know. Like if when your money gets lost, what do you do? Like our money is always protected by the Deposit Protection Fund. I didn't see, is there any representative? Yeah? Like I saw the Insurance Regulatory Authority, then I was like, my money in insurance is safe. I have a lot of questions for you. But we have always seen people on social media crying that my money has gotten lost. What do I do? So such questions, we should jot them all. These people should answer them all. So people's expectations are very many, and we pray that we all meet them. And I request for minimum attention or maximum attention so that most of our questions are all answered. It was just welcome remarks, and opening remarks are going to be given by our MP Mugole elect. He has been there, but now I call you Mugole because the other ones are getting expired. Honorable, you're coming from Chankwanzi, and I know now you're having a lot of knowledge, because I was hearing Musevenovic, something like that. So we are expecting a lot from you when you give us welcoming remarks. But I really congratulate you for having won the elections. For sure, councillors who are here, leaders who are here, when I say congratulations, I think you know what I mean. And the best person who can explain that one better is my counterpart in council, Honorable Bongomin Isaac, Chairperson, LC3, Central Division, Bank of Government. That's why I'm going to work with him in council, and I recognize you. Because really, for you are class apart. When I say that, Masindians understand. Yeah. So, Honorable, at this juncture, allow me invite you to come and talk to your people and give the welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, District Chairperson. And I think one time we shall have a lady chairperson at the district here, because those are signs that the women can equally handle. Our chief guest, who is the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, the entire team from Bank of Uganda. Allow me say we are all children of God. So children of God, you're all most welcome. I don't want to go into the protocol since I've a little coming late. I want to welcome you to Masindi. I want to welcome you to Bunyoro. Thank you so much for coming. And I want to, like the chairperson has said, thank you so much for bringing Bank of Uganda to the people of Masindi. Just one time I was reading on social media, and they are talking of a certain man who fainted around the Bank of Uganda. So when he fainted around the Bank of Uganda, they started saying, you should bring water and pour on him. Then he woke up and said, if I wanted water, I would have fainted around the national water. But I fainted around the what? Bank of Uganda. Please, can you get a better injection? So I am pretty sure that man needed the money. And for us, as lay people, we know Bank of Uganda is money. And money is the blood of every institution, including a family. So I want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving us the 2 days. And I want to really appreciate the fact that you decided to give the first day to the community. Because sometimes there's a way for us as leaders to look at things that is a little different from the way the community looks at them. So you've had the touch and the feeling of the community. You're now having the touch and the feeling of the leaders in different capacities. I want to appreciate Bank of Uganda for really making us proud as government. When you look at the key functions of Bank of Uganda, I'm pretty sure they have already taken you through them. But among them, we have the monetary policy formulation, which I'm very happy that you've done well. Then we have the currency management. We have financial stability. I want to appreciate you for really keeping the inflation in Uganda very low. If you want to know that inflation can be bad, there's one country some time back, you needed a pickup of money to go and buy a bar of soap. Pickup full of money to go and buy a bar of what? A bar of soap. Actually, I think by March our inflation rate is at 2.8. Moreover, when we are just from the electioneering period, you know what happens? We normally give the money to the owners. So I am very, very proud of Bank of Uganda. Our inflation rate is not bad, but Professor, prior to my joining Parliament, I was teaching at King's College Budo, and the motto for King's College Budo is Gachari Mabaga, meaning that yes, we are there, but we can even do more. We shall be very proud when it comes to zero. And I'm very sure that's where we all want to go. Then the reserve management advisory services. I'm pretty sure when they are here, among the things they are going to do is the advisory, kind of services, telling us what we should do, what we should not do, the financial management, and the other things. I want to say, members, that Bank of Uganda touches on all of us. Because we all have money, we all need money. And without money, we cannot have Bank of Uganda. So Bank of Uganda will be very happy when all of us have a lot of money. As leaders, what have we done to make sure that as many people as possible in Uganda join the money economy, like the president has always said? I must say that is the greatest challenge that you and I have got. Can we try to help as many people as possible to join the money economy? Be it in church, you who is working in the bank, you who is a teacher like me, an entrepreneur and whatever, let us help people as much as we can. Of course, I don't want to say a lot of things because I'm pretty sure our colleagues from Bank of Uganda want to hear more from you. But I want to thank you. And as I conclude, I want to say that as Parliament of Uganda, we are committed to continue partnering and working with the Bank of Uganda to move this country forward by promoting the social economic transformation as HE the President has always said. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite all of you for the President's swearing in on 12th. We are going to have a new president. Yes? We are going to have a new president come 12th May, and swearing in will be at Kololo. I know not all of us can make it to Kololo, but spare some time and be on TV. When the man is swearing in, you give the muzira. Yes? Then on 13th, I want to equally invite you for my swearing in as the Member of Parliament for Bururi constituency for the second term. And it disrupted. You know, it can be a second term when you at some point was disrupted. So I will be sworn in on 13th May at the Parliament of Uganda. I want to thank you. I want to wish you the very best. I want to pray that Bank of Uganda's coming here does not leave us the same. The Deputy Governor, I am happy about the corporate social responsibility that the Bank of Uganda has always extended to people. And the people of Masindi have written something to the bank requesting you people to touch on our health here, and that is particularly at Kijunjubwa Health Center, which is located in Kijunjubwa Town Council in Vuruli in Masindi, which is about 30-something kilometers from here. I'm pretty sure you already have that letter, and I am available in case of any questions. The cow is available, and we shall be able to answer. And it will even sound so good that from country in, these people went to Kijunjubwa and they did something on the health center. There is now a theater, there is a maternity ward and whatever, something like that. We shall really be very grateful. I want to thank you. I want to thank my brother Awoli Owagonza. He's a friend because we were with him at Makerere University. Though for him was a little, I think it was in third year when I was in first year. He was our chairperson, Kitara Students Association. And at that time, he would always say, I'm going to meet the Honorable Ernest Kiza. And you're like, how do you meet a minister? But we are all here. I want to thank you. And I want to thank Bank of Uganda for employing him. Yes, employing our own. So when I come to Bank of Uganda, I can speak some English. Then I also speak some Kinyoro because he's there. I want to thank you. I want to wish you the best through this engagement. My name is Akugiziwe Aled Ronald, and by God's grace, the Member of Parliament representing the people of Vuruli constituency. In Masindi, we have got 3 constituencies. We have Vuruli on this other side. Then we have the Masindi municipality where we are now. Then we have Bujenje. I call it Kinyara. Yes, where we have Kinyara, that is Bujenje. Then this is municipality. For us, we have maize governor. We have a lot of maize this side. Then here, some serious business. So I want to thank you and I want to wish you the very best. And I equally want to take this singular honor to invite you, Deputy Governor, to come and talk to the children of God. Thank you very much.
God is good all the time. And Satan has been bad, isn't it? Satan is bad all the time. And also that is his nature. Mwena mulira kurungi. Mwebare kwija mu rukiko rw'itu urwo kugira ngo tusigane kurungi kumanya nebintu bera kwataganya nebye sente kandi nko kurasa kuguza ni ukazireta kugura bank account ukahera abana bawe fees ukaguza mibanja ikaya wikagenda mu misho mwebare kwija munonga tweterera mu ngaro. My Lord the Bishop Joshua of Masindi Kitara Diocese, I'm very, very glad to see you and your entire team from the Diocese of Masindi Kitara. We have religious leaders from our brother diocese, Catholic Diocese. We have members of Parliament. I congratulate you from Chankwanzi. We were in Chankwanzi together, and I want to congratulate you for having a very good meeting. We have woman member of Parliament, Masindi District, Florence Asimwe Akiki, whom we worked together in Makerere, and we were able to get money for members of staff of public universities. Actually, she was my secretary when we were looking for this money from President Museveni. Very big round of applause to Florence and what she's doing in the Parliament. We have a resident district commissioner. We have got the vice chancellor, vice chairperson, LC5, and the entire district leadership. Very big round of applause. We have the mayor Masindi municipality. We have ministers of state for Bunyoro Affairs, emeritus, and proprietor of Bunyoro Broadcasting Service. My friend and colleague Ernest Chiza. I think Ernest was here. Chiza, We have the Bishop of course, our brother in the Lord, Joshua, Right Reverend Joshua, Bishop of Masindi Kitara. We have cultural leaders. We have Bunyoro Kingdom. And on this point of Bunyoro Kingdom, I want us to applaud. When we are in Bunyoro, as Ugandans, we feel very proud. So when we say, and I want to repeat this, when you say Kabarega, can we really repeat it very, very well? Kabarega. This is not just saying Kabarega. When we are in Bunyoro, I want to assure you, we feel very proud. You know that Uganda also we have heroes, and also we have models. And when we are standing like here in Masindi, we really feel very proud, and we thank God for people like Banyoro, who are a symbol of seriousness and resistance. And when we talk about Uganda being formed, Uganda being a country, nation building, we are very, very proud of Bunyoro. We want you to take this message to the entire kingdom. We are very, very glad to see you, our brother. We have Principal Assistant, Chief Administrative Officer, and your technical team. We have Municipal Town Clerk and the technical team. We have distinguished participants. Before we go to ladies and gentlemen, we want to say God has been good to give us this country, Uganda, which is the country that we love, which is the country that has these resources, and we shouldn't take God for granted, isn't it? We should not take God for granted for giving us such a beautiful country. So we want to thank God, also to thank ourselves, to thank all of us, and especially those who have families, that you are looking after those families, looking for feasible children, you are looking for money, you are ensuring that your households can move. I want to congratulate Bank of Uganda as well, and to say all of us who are coming from Bank of Uganda, can we stand up for recognition, or our team from the bank? Let's stand up. Yeah, thank you very much. We have the team from various departments of the bank. We have people from currency, we have people from the banking, they are all here. We have people from administrative funds, we have people from capital markets, we have people from payments, we have people in the bank from money, the money which you are seeing in your pocket, up to whatever service you are having. And once, thank you so much for coming to be able to, these people, just look at them properly, and also look at these people properly. They want you to answer their questions, and that's why we are here. And I'm going to be very, very brief, so that at least I don't take most of your time. We want to listen to you. We didn't come to lecture to you. We want to listen to you. And this is the team that we are working with at the bank. When Honorable Alet, when you say the bank is achieving its mandate, these are the people who God has put there as of now. And I can assure you they are doing a very good job to ensure that they can drive this economy. We can keep your currency and make sure it is the strongest currency as we speak right now. We keep inflation. Our inflation is 2.9. One we call headline inflation, the one which normally has petrol, diesel, and also food. But also we have the one we call core inflation, the one which has now dresses, shoes, and so on, and excludes now food and the petrol. That is only 3. And this inflation, on average, which is at 2.95, both of them. I think if you don't mind, you can give us a very big round of applause. This is the lowest. We even beat very many countries in Europe. Even the many countries in Europe and the US are not having this very, very low. You can sit down, very low level. So it is a unique position. We have security forces, here. We want to recognize you. It is very rare to find that you are, for example, seated. People who have seated with the DPC, put up your hand. You are not there who have just rubbed shoulder with the DPC. Where do you get the DPC to rub shoulder with? Well, our security forces from prisoners. When we see you far away, so that's we run away from security forces. We are very, very happy to be here, because you have an audience which we think can be able to explain. You have quite a big number of audience. You have tremendous authority, which some of us don't have. And when we go back, that's why we invited you to be able to read this information. the cultural leaders, you have a lot of authority. And the reason why we invited you is to ensure that that authority can be used for making sure that people can access this money, which we are going to talk about quickly. They can open bank accounts, they can get a loan, and they should know where to get it, and educate their children, and improve their businesses in the home. And that's how we build the country forward. The reason why this country is at the level where it is that because people do not have sufficient information on some of these. So we are very glad that everybody is there. I'm a teacher myself, and I'm very glad to have teachers here. I think they can still stand up for recognition. All our teachers, I'm part of you. Let's stand up for recognition. Teachers of economics from these different schools. Yeah, a very big round of applause. Because the reason why we invited you here is that when we complete this conference for 2 days, then you can teach our children very well. We want these things to be in our curriculum so that people can understand what is money, how is money kept. When we say it is for transactive, precautionary, and speculative motive, what are these motives and what does it mean? And when we say money is in the pocket, what is it? And it has strength, what is it? And when we have schools, we really praise God that we have schools which are we discussed, and we know now that our information will go. So the reason why we are here, ladies and gentlemen, is very unique to join you here, and many thanks to you, the leaders, especially from Masindi, members of parliament, to be here and everyone present for ensuring that we can grasp these issues and be able to take them back. The reason that's the reason which brought us here. But for us in Bank of Uganda, we welcome all of you properly. And let me be selfish again. For me, I'm just a Muchiga here from Kabale, and we have most of our girls are married here in Masindi. Also, your girls are married in Kabale, and they can pick some of them. So we are also very proud that we can now build. All our bridges are very well built as Wanyoro and Kigezi and all other regions, and that's how we are able to Kakabo Kumba Masiko, for example, is married to my brother, Major General Henry Masiko. But of course, Henry Masiko lost the father yesterday and the brother. But we are very glad that we are able to have that blood relationship between these regions, and that's how countries are formed and built. So as the Bank of Uganda, we are holding these town meetings across many regions, in Kigezi, in Bunyoro, in Toro, in Lango, in Acholi, in Karamoja. We are going to reach everywhere in Busoga, Bugisu, in Teso. We want to ensure that people can understand what is the mandate of banks, and most of the captains are here. Our captains in the financial sector, commercial banks, other financial institutions, SACCOs, insurance companies, capital markets, all the captains of the financial sector here, and we have recognized you. So they are all here. So what are we doing to ensure that we all aim at building our country by gathering people and informing them on the tools that they can use to improve their lives and their welfare. So the question which we have is, I'm going to pick it from Amos 3, chapter 3, verse 3. If you work together unless they have agreed, when people are working together, unless they have agreed, we all know, it will not happen, they can't work together. So we want to ensure that all these captains and Bank of Uganda, please, let's work together. And those of you who support for me and money, I think also the people now want to kill us as money, you people. But those who are Liverpool, you understand that better than all of us. You will never work what? So working together is very good. So that lets households, the communities move with these institutions, and we are able to build them. We can do best in today's engagement, and we not only need to work together, but we also need to develop Uganda together, because the president and the government have their own, what the president calls Rubimbi. President Museveni in Rubimbo Rugweyi. Government in Rubimbo Rugweyi. Niwe muntu oyina maka nka mukuru weka yawe oyine household niwe nyineka niwe ine urubimbi ninga ni wine icyo shumye kubara kora utari kugira ngo government tuyambe. How can the government help you when you are, even the Bible says the Bible, all of us should be able to be doing something, and then you that's when God can help you. God helps those who are helping themselves. That's what the Bible is also saying. So let's move together. But we want you to, when you are coming to a bank, it is better to go to a bank also when you are doing something. It is very rare. Let me tell you, people who are working in this sector, it is very rare to find somebody in a bank helping you to start something. It is better, please start something, and then you go there for help. This one you can do that thing better, because you are going to do mistakes. If you want to go there for the beginning, the bank, we are not here to think for people. We can't think for you. And these banks cannot think for you. It's for you to think what you want to do, and then this book can help you to be able to do it. Before I go any further, let me inform you that this year, 2026, Bank of Uganda is also celebrating 60 years. If you see what we are all carrying, that's why we have this. This 60 is that the Bank of Uganda was established in 1966, to be very specific, on 15th of August. That's when this Bank of Uganda became Bank of Uganda. Initially, we didn't have Bank of Uganda. We had what we call the East African Currency Board. And those who are like my brother, Right Reverend the Bishop, you remember that we had, and this money, in my view, was better, far much better earning than these coins we are printing. Because where do you expect my grandmother to keep it? How would my grandmother keep these coins? She's not rich. She doesn't have this paper currency. All our grandmothers used to keep this money. Just get a small, exactly pass it through. The coins had a hole inside. What these people remember, and then that money was under the East African money. It was East African money. The bank was for East Africa Currency Board, but in 1966, then you know what happened. When it didn't agree, there were too many disagreements and so on. Also, that's how the Bank of Uganda gets created for Uganda. Then you have Bank of Kenya, you have National Bank of Tanzania, you have National Bank of Rwanda, and so on. But initially, all these we are the same. So in this process, therefore, the bank has passed through problems, as you all know. 1970s and 1980s, we have had policy reforms. Those who are teaching economics, we had the enhanced structure adjustment, 1987, then we had other programs, 1990s, we had the enhanced, and then you have currency realignment reforms, and then in the 2010, we now start focusing on stability of the bank and also of the currency. So our focus, therefore, as Bank of Uganda has been currency stability to ensure that we stabilize prices of goods and services, stability of prices, and also the soundness of the financial sector. But these two, if you stabilize prices of goods and services, and also you have a stable financial sector, banks are working, somebody gives you a check in London, it is paid, you send your daughter who is your daughter is working in Karamoja, you should be able to send money. We do it well. These people are here. Nothing will happen. You receive your money very well. That's what you call sound financial system. When you present your check, the check is paid. You send somebody sends an EFT. These days, money is digital. It is paid. That's what we mean. And the bank is doing that work very well. That one for sure. We want to emphasize that. So our focus, therefore, has been that to ensure that your currency is strong. And the shilling, as we speak right now, our shilling is one of the best currencies that we are talking about. I think we need a little bit of part at the back. Among 29 African countries, the Uganda shilling, is among the best or the strong currencies. And when a currency is strong, when people say this country has a good currency or a currency is strong, what does it mean? It means, just in very simple English, to give only this language, which is very difficult for these finance people. When we say a currency is strong, or it's a good currency, it means when you have the money in the pocket. You know, there's a word we write there. If you pick out any currency note which you have in your pocket, first of all, the currency, that thing which you have in the pocket, you are calling money. It is not a money as such. It is a receipt which becomes money when it carries value. You have been told here that in Zimbabwe, he was talking about Zimbabwe, that in Zimbabwe, and he was also talking about Venezuela. He was talking about Argentina. Argentina, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, these are countries where bread today is like in Uganda, 5,000, but tomorrow when you go to the same shop, like in Venezuela, in Argentina, in Zimbabwe, you find the bread now is 20,000. For you have been seeing these people doing their work, waking up very early in the morning. There are countries, let me repeat it. You wake up, a loaf of bread or a kilo of sugar, it is 4,000 today. Whatever price it is of 5,000 here in the shop. There are certain countries. Tomorrow morning after 24 hours, the sugar which was 4,000, it is 6,000 or 7,000. A bag of cement, which we are buying at 34,000. A bag of cement in Uganda has been 34,000 for so many years. So what makes a currency strong is that now the bag of cement is 34,000, 33,500, 34,200, 33,900, 34,000 stable. And what does that mean? That means you can plan to build your house and finish it with the salary which you are having, and your salary has not increased. And in 5 years, you complete it. That's what we mean by a country which has a good and strong currency. Other people have got very weak currencies. You have 50,000 note, which you are saying that you have money in your pocket. But what value can it purchase? It has already been eroded. And you can't say now you have money. And many countries have suffered from that. The reason what brings that also is because in our homes, we are not doing much. When you know that in your home you are not producing, you are not having maize as Honorable Lady was telling us, you should be having maize you are selling. You should be having vegetables you are selling. The Bible says God has given us talents. There's no way, the way God created us, there's no way you can claim that you have nothing that you can. There is absolutely, it is not possible that any of us here can feel to get what to do. So by making possible to have something you are doing, it makes you produce, engage in what we call production. And when all of us are in production, you have something to eat for your family. Also, you have reserve, sell. And when you sell, especially selling abroad, those whom God has blessed more, you now have something you are selling abroad. This maize you are producing, you are milling it, packing it, and now we are selling it to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, to Malawi, to those people who don't have food. Then we are earning another currency, which we are calling hard currency. You are earning dollars, you are earning the British pound, you are earning money, which now is for the other countries which are very strong. And when you earn that, then the shilling even becomes very strong. The moment we get more dollars coming in the country, get more pounds coming in the country, everybody is engaging in doing something which we have people who are able to go and even dance in other countries. They have dancing groups. We have these boys and girls who are now developing the music industry. That is very, very good. We have tourism. We have you can look at the Masindi District. This area is the tourist area. How I wish every day action follows. We get, I don't know, 1 million people every day. The moment each person buys food, that person is not going to buy food in Uganda shilling because he doesn't have Uganda shilling. He came with the dollars. And once he has those dollars, those are the dollars we are looking for. And once we have more dollars, it means the shillings which we have, for us, the shillings we are not increasing them. The shilling now is gaining value. How is it gaining value? Because we are getting more dollars. And when now President Museveni wants and the government to buy medicine, we don't buy medicine in Uganda shillings, ladies and gentlemen. We don't buy things to do in national water in Uganda shillings. We don't buy pipes in Uganda shillings. We don't buy medicine in Uganda shillings. We buy it we need dollars. All these girls and boys who are working in these foreign countries, please support them. We need as many as possible, even we should be training them better so that they can earn these dollars. Tourists should come in plenty. And we also sell things abroad, then we get more dollars. When you get more dollars, then the shilling will raise value. And to mark this, the Bank of Uganda is declaring itself as a bank of the future. These people in the Bank of Uganda want to declare ourselves as a bank of the future. And if you want to be a bank of the future, you must do certain things differently. And that's what we are saying. So we are going to have a number of things as well. And this is going to be explained by my brother here, Kenneth. He's the one who heading us, is our boss in that area where the bank is going to be having a lot of communication to you. What are we going to do? How shall we engage schools and so on to know exactly what we are doing? So we are therefore keeping the prices stable, and we are going to continue doing this so that if you are building your house, you complete. We don't want you to fail to complete your house because our currency has lost value. Actually, now we have lost confidence. We shall have lost confidence. So and we don't want to do that. Now we also license, I'm about to finish, we also license commercial banks, and they're all here. I can see Abusa here. Stanbic was here, I think I can see Equity. We have Equity here, we have Abusa, we have DFC, we have 22 of them. We also have others, I think whom you don't, there are some you don't know. They are also banks, but they are working at another level. Then we have other institutions that are working at the third level, like that, until we reach circles. And also these days we are also regulating circles. Why? Why is Bank of Uganda interested in regulating circles? Is because these circles, some of them are very big. And if anything bad happens on them, then it can affect the entire sector now. So we cannot keep quiet on very big circles, which are also keeping people's money. We want to know, the Bank of Uganda wants to know how they have very good system of looking after these people's money and so on, or they are not, they need something to be done. So this one we are doing, and we give priority to safety of these depositors because we don't want them to lose their money. The Bank of Uganda, which is here, today my assistant, you are there. This Bank of Uganda is the one which has the responsibility, and nobody else has that responsibility to issue currency. We are the ones who say this amount of money is the one which should be in the banks, and we are the ones who make sure that money is there in good amounts, and the banks are here, can therefore for you can now deal with the commercial banks. Unfortunately, you don't, the individuals for you don't deal with the Bank of Uganda directly. You only deal with the Bank of Uganda through them, through commercial banks and through other institutions. But we are the ones who issue currency to ensure that the country has sufficient currency. The currency is not much, is also not lacking, is a stable supply of currency. And when your money is old, you have used it, this one has bought charcoal, you has been buying meat, the one who meat paid fees, the one who fees paid this, then the other money is going to be old. Izo sente zirakura. Sente nazo ni nko mwana. Zirakura, umwana uramunabisa nko kumurachimanya bacara baryaha, umwana uramunabisa yarwara umutware mu irwariro, umwana umurise kurunji, umusiga amajuta ka vaseline, ne sente ni kwezi. Nesente ni kwezi na mwenda ramwe sente muzitire mu mashaho mwitumura makuzibika na mwaza mu makanisa oli kuziyayoye oye bishire ati nkumukanisa sente turabishize nji kandi urabishize nji. God is seeing you. So you just get your, why don't you get your money very well? You see, get your money very well. You have what? You have a wallet. Have your wallet here. You see how they you will just have the money to be mean like this. They just put the wallet. Don't know within the church by the time you do this now, you cannot do that 2 times. You cannot do that 2 times. The other money is old. Once the money becomes old, then the Bank of Uganda is going to spend money now to bring in new money. Because the other one has become old, we don't want all the money to remain in saturation. First of all, it is not going to pass through the other machine, which we have put in all commercial banks. So my message to you is that please also know how to keep our money very well. Then we have another role we do is supervising these commercial banks. It is the Bank of Uganda. If you see any mistake, and these people are here, on this table, there is somebody on this table whom Bank of Uganda has given a responsibility to ensure that these commercial banks which are sitting on that table there are doing their work well. What you call in our language supervision of commercial banks, and they are here. For example, we don't want you to go to a commercial bank. Let me give you an example. And you present your money, the check that I have my check, I want to pay so and so, 600,000 shillings. Can you imagine? Then they tell you, can you sit there, wait. Anybody who has gone to a commercial bank, that doesn't happen. That can never happen. Wait for an hour for your money, 600,000 shillings, we are going to give it to you. Any commercial bank worth its salt, worth being a commercial bank, which we allow to operate as a commercial bank. You present your check. I have my account, and your account, of course, must have money. 600,000, you get your money in minimum, unless there is a very big line. And these days there are no lines, because we also put machines. In fact, there shouldn't be anything taking you to a commercial bank to get 600,000, because you should have got the other money on the other machines. Or only learn how to just put in your PIN number. And once you put in your PIN number, don't reveal that PIN number to anyone. And here we have people who also, their job is to ensure that this is done well. They are also here, seated on this table here. So anybody who has a problem, you have been cheated, you have been having your money, and you went to an ATM machine, this machine is maybe about a cent. Was a machine to Kabona, cent. And the machine has a problem, or it has not given you, or it has said you don't have money, and for you knew you have money. We don't have that bank here. If anything happens like that, please, that's why we are here. Just tell us that it happened in this and this bank, and we shall find out what happened. So that one we do. As I finish, just a few minutes, we have people seated on this table also here, and I can see them here, who are having money, and I'm sure people are interested in that kind of money, which helps you. Now, we have said the bank does not help people directly, but we also have money in the Bank of Uganda, which helps people to improve your businesses directly. But that money also, we pass it through commercial. You want to do this, you want to pack that, those who are in milk, you want to buy milk cooler and so on. We have that money. I want Dorothy to explain that money very well, and Edward. These people actually are interested very, very, no, later, not now, Edward. Not now. I will call you. I'm finishing in just 3 minutes. 3 minutes, I'm off. I will call you and Dorothy, and under the supervision of our master of ceremony, to ensure that people understand and administer the funds. We have quite significant money, and its interest rate, they will tell you, is lower than the interest rate which you go to Abusa and get. When you go to Abusa, they will charge you about 18%. Not so. About 18% your interest rate, or 17% if you are lucky and you know how to negotiate. But this money of this Edward and this lady here is very low, is 12%, they will tell you. But then let me leave them, they will tell you exactly how it is done, how you get it. But it's there. Now, lastly, we have to understand that the government of Uganda is now focusing on what we call, and my sister here who is representing the district, and also the councillors, we have no, I want you to understand that we are working on something very important, and this is the 10-fold growth strategy of government. This strategy, the president and government, they want our country to be like Nigeria, to be like South Africa, to be like Egypt, to be like Algeria. These countries you are hearing even in the World Cup. Have you ever seen Uganda in the World Cup? The other day we tried, I was in Nambole. The other day we went with Ghana, Ayo. I think Ayo. The one who scored the second goal and then we lost when we were just going for the qualification. We have never gone even up to semi-finals of Africa Cup itself. But there are countries which, and the African countries which are always in the World Cup, they are always everywhere. They have, and in order to do that, you cannot go there by magic. These are countries which have done well. They have grown. They have homes which have money. They even sponsor sports. The schools are able to have money and so on. And that's why where we want us to be, also like them. Algeria, Egypt, Morocco. You say, I've seen what Sadio Mane was doing with Morocco the other day, and then what happened in Senegalese with Morocco. These are countries we are saying we can also have Uganda increase our gafe from $50 billion mu rujungu rwito rwa kuri turashaka kwesa rujungu rwinji tukazita hari $500 billion. So those who are teachers of economics want to improve our GDP from $50 billion. Because you know, income, consumption, export, import, government expenditure. These days I've added something we have to remove E, which is also discounting for environment. So if you get consumption, investment, export, import, government expenditure, plus which is negative, of course, in many countries, environment, our GDP is currently, when we did that, it was 50, around 50. Of course, now it is about 69, but we want to improve it 10 times. And what we are doing to do that, how shall we achieve it? Captains of the financial sector. There is nothing government is going to do. Government doesn't have business, but say whenever this government of Uganda doesn't have a company. There's no company in the government that can do that. This is going to be achieved through us in the private sector. In the banks, in those who have companies, in these Chinyara Sugar Works, that's why we are very happy. In these tourists who are coming, in ensuring that you are having something you are doing at home and you are selling, and you are also exporting, and so on. We are thinking that we can do agro-industrialization. We do something on maize, maybe mill it, pack it, sell it to other countries, also to increase our sales. Then we do tourism. We do a lot of attraction to foreigners to come and see what we have. You can see in Bunyoro here in Fort Portal, the whole of this region, actually the whole of this circuit. In Uganda, we are very, very proud of this circuit. Look at the Makshon Falls, the beauty. Have you ever seen any beauty really, like Makshon Falls, CP Falls? This is for the Fort Portal sceneries. Those are Oxbow Lakes. In Kigezi, we are the only people with mountain gorillas. Have you ever seen how God is goodness? Have you ever seen such a goodness? Out of 192 countries, hansi igana chenda n'ibiri zone zirwanga ya twire muri agency ya Mukama. Harimo ne ya Vatican ya Papa, hamuna kandi gasika cyo baraketa Monaco, including all those. It is only Kabale in Kigezi, which has mountain gorillas, which everybody wants to go and see. Nitwaba Kabale mwende murotero kachemunga. Mwende murotero kachemunga. So, why can't you advertise? I wish how each person would advertise what you have. We are the only ones with the mountain gorillas. You can see our scenery in Kabale and Kisoro. We have our temperature. It is cold. When you are in Kabale and Kisoro, it is like you are in London. Our temperature sometimes are lower than London. We are producing a lot of milk. We have a lot of cows in Kabale actually. Better than the cows in Denmark, even in terms of production of milk. Because the temperatures are the same. It is, that's why the Kigezi is called Switzerland of Africa. Can you imagine having Switzerland of Africa? And the entire Uganda being the power of what? Can we thank God for the power of Africa? So we are thinking, as government now, we are thinking that we can really work on tourism and do something. Tourism currently is bringing in about $1.7 billion only, but we can increase that to really something which can help the country. And then we have mineral development. You can imagine how God has given us oil and gas now. From later this year, Uganda is joining all other countries who are very highly respected countries that have oil and gas. And we are going to be there. We are going to be there. We are ready. I've been there myself. I've seen what is happening in Hoima. In Kabale Airport is ready. Petrochemical industry is ready. The East African COP, the pipeline which is taking the oil from here, Hoima to Tanga in Tanzania, is about 78% now ready. We are remaining with a very small portion. And then we start also being respected very, very highly. That is a country which has oil, like Nigeria. We talk about those countries, Qatar, countries like. Why do you think Trump is fighting with the? What do you think Trump wants in the split of Hormuz? It is because of the wealth from oil and gas is tremendous, and we are thinking of gold. We have, in case we have iron ore, which is approximately 64%. Before you do anything on it, the iron ore we have in Kabale, for example, those who can know Kabale very well in Muko, to be very specific. We have all sorts of minerals, and I think that can also drive. And then you have science, technology, and innovation. Those who are teachers, we think that we can teach our children IT, information technology, and the other types of science. So the four of them, the government is calling them ATMs. The Honorable already here knows them very well. We talked about this in great detail, also in Chankwanzi, and we hope every member of parliament got the message. We are thinking that these four, let me repeat them: agro-industrialization, which is also program number 1 of government. We have got 21 programs. Then we have tourism. We have mineral development, and minerals we have so many, a lot of gold, a lot of iron ore, a lot of. Then we have science, technology, and innovation. These ATMs are going to drive the government program, and who is going to do it? This financial sector, which is here. So we need therefore to focus on these, aiming at adding value to agriculture, tourism, supporting mineral development, and so on. And then we think this, when money becomes available, how is this money going to be available? Charles, Huntington, how do we make sure this money is available? And those who are in commercial banks, in Abusa, in Stanbic, the other day I was a keynote speaker. We have FCI. I'm sure you know FCI, and we have factoring, which is coming in the country now. And I wanted to engage you to support this. We are developing a system in the country, and we want to rob the parliament. Honorable Lady, I actually want you to have this process since I've got you here. I'm not going to leave you. We are going to work out. We are working out a solution, because I've been working personally on financial inclusion, and I've been everywhere. I've been in London. I've been in the House of Commons. I've been in the House of Lords. Britain has 2 parliaments. I have been everywhere, and I've been preaching and also doing research to find out how we can bring as many Ugandans as possible into the money economy, into financial inclusion. So we are trying to find out what can we do to ensure that people can access money for finance. Because we cannot only talk, but how can people get this money at lower rate? As we're going to explain, so that people can have what you call financing capital. And the traditional banking system cannot provide this money. So, Huntington, for information we are now talking about, I'm developing is tied in courts of law, a lot of disputes. We have towards 2 trillion shillings there. Already that one is tied there, you can't access it. But also most of the money is tied in domestic areas. You supply, but it takes long to be paid. So that also freezes. Most of the money becomes frozen. Remember the other money which was also frozen by endless litigation. And I'm seeing our security forces are here because of too many cases in court and things which never end. The judge comes, he adjourns the case. Come now in May, come 17th of August. Initially, the police has not done, the file is not clearly, the police has not finished investigation, the police CID. So because of that, a lot of money is in the courts, and it's about 2 trillion shillings and above. If that money remains in the courts and it is there in our language, in our financial and economics language, is that it is frozen. It freezes the economy because people cannot access it. If people cannot access money, money in the bank reduces. If money in the bank reduces, then the people, when any commodity is in short supply, its price increases in the ceiling. If the commodity is in great supply, its price plummets. It reduces. So most of the money is tied there, but we are bringing factoring Huntington, and the way it works, you know factoring, and we are being helped by FCI to ensure that we can have now, if you supply and you have not been paid, we are trying to see the honorable whether we can drive this, and we need to drive this in parliament very, very quickly. We need the law. We need the factoring law, because you cannot do that unless this law is provided. So that when I supply to Minister of Education and I supplied their tires, or Minister of Gender, or Minister of Agriculture supplied their pesticides, they have not paid me my 100 million. But I need business. I'm still doing business. I don't have money to go to the bank. Interest rate is also high. To go to money lenders, you can see how the money lenders, the interest is high. Isn't it possible that I can have a company which buys off this money? A company, because our company zirasa kugura amabanja nizo turi kugezaho kuronda. Twena to establishing a company ziragura amabanja ukaguma ine sente uri abakaguma arabanja uri waguze rwibanje just go factoring. So we need a factoring law to ensure this one can be done. But also the Bank of Uganda is increasing financial literacy, teaching people how to get money, and if this can be done, then it can be done very, very well. I want to thank you, and as I conclude, to allow to the Farm Bank of Uganda's dedication, we are going to continue doing our work very well, and we have a competent team, which we have said that are free to ask this competent team. And as my mother told me, as a real traditional Muchiga, I can't finish. And you are the ones who invited me. And you are forgetting that I'm a teacher, a professor at that in a university. I've been in Makerere for almost 30 years. And I left Makerere. I looked for money for people from Makerere, from President Museveni. You can also clap for me, then I tell you. I'm the one who looked for money. I worked with Florence, the member of parliament here, Florence Akiki. It's not Florence Akiki. I'm very happy you gave her votes as a member of parliament, but she has not started fighting these wars now. She was my secretary in Makerere, and we had that war for 4 years in a boxing ring with the government. And the reason why I said please clap for us, we are able to raise the salary of people teaching in the universities of Uganda. I think from like 1.2 million shillings, 15 million shillings, which they are getting now. But how we did it is that when you are looking for money, you need to explain. You need to explain this thing which is called money. Because me, I was able to explain to the president, and the president understood myself. And I told the lecturers in Makerere, we have over 4,000, and I was their leader for 4 years, from 2007, 2007, I was their speaker. Then 2007 to around 11, I was their chairman of to go to government, to go to State House and the adjunct. But I was able to explain to the president that you pay this staff 15 million shillings. This is what they are getting. Unfortunately, Bishop, I'm sure how your parents gave you that name. I'm not a Moses, I'm a Joshua. Because I never crossed what? Jordan. But don't ask me why. I didn't need it because the people got the money. I didn't get a single coin there, but I'm very happy people got that money. But I told the lecturers in Makerere and other public universities, as their chairman for those 4 years, that I don't want to hear that there is a student in Makerere whose script is lost, who does exam and her marks are lost, and she cannot work, cannot graduate. What shall we tell the president? First, in other words, what am I saying? Those who want money, this money is found in the market. Money is not found there. If money was found there and everywhere, money wouldn't have value. Money has value because it is scarce. Are we together? Because it is a scarce commodity. And that scarcity is the one which creates value. So money cannot be available anyway. It is only you to know, to ask God to give you that intellect to know how you can access that money. People who have money, they have not stolen money, but they are always ahead of you in knowing how you can access that money. That's the trick they use. So I told the lecturers, let's do our work well. Let's mark our students well. Let's not hear that there is a script which is lost. And it will be very easy to now get this money from the president. We did that. It was only 10 minutes and we get our 15 million shillings. Although I didn't get it, I never crossed the Jordan. People in Makerere got the 15 million. I'm very happy I had left. I had stood, I had gone to Kabale to stand as a member of parliament. And that was 2016. I stood in Kabale as a member of parliament. You can also clap for me there. And the Honorable Lady, I stood as a member of parliament for Kabale municipality. Unfortunately, they didn't vote for me. Unfortunately. Because what I was saying, and I want to appeal to you people, what I was saying did not resonate with the people. The message I was saying, I was telling them I'm going to bring, at that time, Huntington, I was talking about Islamic Bank. I'm the first person. Actually, to work on Islamic banking, I worked with the 4 ministers. The Minister of Finance, I was sitting on many committees. In the Minister of Finance Audit Committee, I worked with Saida Bomba, I worked with so many ministers with the Keti Makanis and so on. So we brought now Islamic banking. We have bought Islamic banking. We worked on agency banking. We did a lot of work on agency banking with Maria Chuanuka and so on. And then we have those products. But still tell people this money is not available. I don't want anybody to tell these people that money is available. If money was available everywhere, we shall have inflation. Money is available by knowing how to get it. That's why we are here. How do you get money? How do you open a bank account? How do you get a loan? Which is a good loan, not a bad one? How do you get interest rate? Amagoba, ga bank marunji. Gatara kutamu ukona. Ukatunga more money, then you are ukatunga magoba minji mu business yora kora. Nicho turabagaho. Nicho turabagaho hanu. Konkata jo wateka ngo there is money here to be Kenneth, you are going to have a lot of trouble that to be distributed. Titku in a sense is okay distributing a common. Konkata likubejesa abantu kuba bagabageiga, abantu kuba tungaga accounts, abantu kuba tungaga za loan, abantu kora za mu banka, ukatunga loan bakajima kurunje kandi loan bonire, uri abo bakajimwima, abagwenche bajimwima, kandi abagwenche uri abajimuha, jangu ihangari gitu rigende mu misho. Ndenda kusima mwena bija kuno kandi kusima abantu babunyoro abwo gukora jimunonga mu Uganda mugabo abantu abarakundi ihangari ryanyu kandi mukatwa abahirozi twasima rwanga mwe nabwo kwija kandi twasema n'abantu bona bwo kwija bishop bwo bari kwija bishop twashemerera kurango the whole bishop is represented here. We feel very proud also, and since you have sufficient authority you should be able to use that. Mwebare kumpurikiza munonga mwebare.
Professor Augustus Nwagaba is not only Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda, he's a gallant intellectual and academician, he's an international consultant, he's a global economist, he's a Rotarian, and because he's going to greet the bishop, I must say that he's a committed Christian and he belongs to Church of Uganda. And his religious history can be traced back to the days of the East African revival. Today he didn't talk about it, but sometimes he talks about the East African revival. He's a marriage counselor. I cannot exhaust all his titles. Please add him a much bigger round of applause. Professor, thank you so much. And Bishop Joshua Kugonza, thank you so much for coming. Father Sewanyana from Nyamigisa Catholic Parish, thank you so much for coming. Earlier on, we had introduced Reverend Father Byaruhanga Aloysius, a parish priest of St. Jude Catholic Parish, who will introduce the rest of the people later. But right now, Deputy Governor, you alluded to some key presentations from the Bank of Uganda, and because of time, we'll only have two, just to tickle the participants' minds, and then the rest of the team from the Bank of Uganda will interact with the audience during the Q&A session. But before they come, please allow me inform you that break tea was ready earlier, but we are going to take it now. It's going to be working tea. So the team from the Bank of Uganda together with the hotel are going to be advising you quietly without disrupting the program, and then we can have working break tea. Now allow me invite the team that is handling agricultural credit facility and small business fund. Edward, they assigned you. So you can guide whether you're speaking or it has to be Dorothy too. Just do for 5 minutes to tickle the audience mind. You have delegated. Thank you. Dorothy Namarome Muinda Aboli have been delegated by the Director, Administered Funds Department at the Bank of Uganda. Please come and just tickle our minds and just tell us how we can access the agricultural credit facility and small business, the business fund. But also just take note that in your folders, you have a brochure on ACF. Just feel free to make reference to it as she makes her presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. My name is Dorothy, and I'm going to speak a bit about the agriculture loan. Our MP talked about money getting into the economy. And I wanted to stress that agriculture is one of the vehicles that will get you people into the money economy. Good enough, the government was very visionary, and they set up the loan in 2009, mainly to move from subsistence to commercial farming. The advantage with this loan is it is 12% per year, translating to 1% per month. It sounds too good to be true, not so? Yes, but we have people who have got this loan. Yesterday when I walked out, someone came and told me, I got this loan, but I couldn't say. I said, you should have been, I was looking for a witness, and you didn't help me. But people have, because they know that it is cheaper, and the advantage and the difference between this loan is mainly in 3 areas: the amount available, the period, and the price. You can get up to 5.1 billion for the agriculture loan. It used to be at 2.1. Amendments have pushed it up. So this is good news. Another good thing about this loan is the period. You can use it up to 8 years. Banks normally don't tie credit for that long, but with this agriculture loan, you can get it for up to 8 years with a grace period of 3 years. What do I mean by grace period? As you're getting ready, at least bring back the interest. The principal can come later. That is an advantage of this loan. I talked about the price, the period, and the tenure. And also about this loan, once you pay well, you can come back and get a second, a third, and fourth. So it is important for you to make sure that your payments come in time. We also have something called the biological assets, something new that came up. I realized people who were in Bulisa the other time, they're cattle keepers, they have cows, they can get this money, do cattle fattening, and sell at a higher price. So we used to give out 80 million for this product, but it has now gone to 250 million. So please, especially the farmers who say 80 million is too little, come for this. It's now at 250 million. We have the grain trade facility, and we have realized that this is it's a low-hanging fruit, very easy to get for the purchase and sale of grains. What do I talk about? Millet, groundnuts, anything, it's at 15% for a whole year. This one has no grace period. Why? Because you assume as you sell, you should be able to pay back the loan. And for the grain facility also, you can get this money and build silos so that you do not have storage problems. So anything along the agriculture value chain can be financed by this product. You look at a bush, you can transform it into a factory. What am I talking about? Clearing the land, buying the seeds, fertilizers, irrigation, pesticides, anything, harvesting and post-harvest handling, all that can be handled by this loan. So even fishing, people were asking, you don't talk about fishing a lot, but we also finance fishing. If you want to buy the fingerlings to make the ponds, fishing is also handled by this facility. We have something called block allocation. People always fear to go to banks because of security. But block allocation is supposed to be all inclusive. And what is it about? It's about getting money without strict security requirements like a land title. We have things like a bank statement, your records on the farm, group guarantees, movable chattels. These can be used for getting the block allocation. And this one, the maximum you can get is 20 million. So it's another word for unsecured loans. The banks know these products. So we are calling upon especially the women, the youth, and those who are starting up to go for the block allocation. Besides the agriculture loan, we have the small business loan. Now, this small business loan initially was for businesses that suffered before COVID, during COVID. But now the amendments say, if you have a business that came up even after COVID, come for this money. You should only be able to show us that you can pay the money. It used to be 200 million, it's now at 500 million. Isn't that good news for you? So please go to the banks with these papers, talk to them about the loans that are available. So where can one get these loans from? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. Big banks, microfinances, deposit-taking institutions, and we have 4 circles. We have Ebo Circle, we have Madfa Circle, we have Rubabona Circle, and Twegata Chazanga. So the market is available. If you go to one bank and they give you trouble, it's like a market. Go to another bank. They may receive you well and give you what you need. The requirements for the loans are the usual. You know, you have to have a bank account. You have to have a proposal. What is a proposal? It's a plan of what you want to do and how you expect to get there. How much do you need and how much are you going to pay? So it is not a complicated thing. Ever since we began giving out these loans as Bank of Uganda, over 11,000 people have benefited from these loans, up to 1.4 trillion. Bunyoro has about 700 people who have got this money. People in Bunyoro have taken this money mainly for tractors, for mechanization because the land is flat, and for cattle fattening. So please go and look for this money. In Africa, we're not supposed to send our elders. I know in this room we have people of authority, people of influence. So I am begging you as leaders, as you go out in whatever community meeting you are going to, please go with this and talk about the gospel of SAF and small business financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Omunyorokati Dorothy Namarome Muyinda Abodi. Okay, so we'll interact with her more during the Q&A session. But for now, I want to invite Omunyorokati Omurongo Nakato Immaculate Madieri to come and tell us how the people of Masindi can access the government securities, invest in government securities.
Thank you very much, our MC. Protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I know you're having your breakfast, but I also want to draw your attention. I don't know how many people have heard about treasury bills and bonds. Just by show of hands. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the representation. It's a good representation within the House. But I will quickly go through what we know or what we call treasury bills and treasury bonds. Treasury bills and treasury bonds, this is an avenue through which government borrows from the public. And what does it give you as an individual or the public? It gives you an opportunity to invest. So on the other hand, government is borrowing from the public, and on the other hand, an individual is benefiting by investing. You all know that when you take the journey of investing, you expect a return, right? So government is borrowing from you, and therefore you expect a return from government. Now, before I delve deeper, what is the purpose? Why does government borrow from the public? Government borrows from the public to meet different needs of the country. Every year, around the end of June, we see the Minister of Finance coming with a briefcase telling us that this is the national budget. But that national budget has to be financed. So government has to mobilize funds to be able to finance that national budget. And in that national budget, there are different things, infrastructure, different areas that touch all of us. We all use these facilities. We use the roads, we use the hospitals, we use the schools, every other service that we may not actually obtain on our own. How many people have built roads on their own? Or a dam on your own to bring electricity to your place? It is heavy investment, and therefore it is for government. And that is the purpose as why government borrows from the general public. Now, that is one of the ways in which government mobilizes the funds. And therefore, this mandate of borrowing from the public was given to the Bank of Uganda to be an agent right from 1969. Bank of Uganda opened in 1966. As you know that this year we shall be celebrating 60 years. So we have been in business ever since 1969 in issuing the treasury bills and the treasury bonds. Now, getting back to the subject, treasury bills, these are investment avenues that are for a short period of time. When we talk about a short period of time, what do we mean? We mean seasons, 3 months, 6 months, up to 1 year. Those are the treasury bills. And then the treasury bonds, those are the ones that are for a long period. It gives you an investment opportunity. The general public are given an investment opportunity for a long period of time. Now, when we say a long period of time, this is what we mean. From 2 years, 3 years, we have 5 years, we have 10 years, we have 15 years, we have 20 years, up to 25 years. So we have actually just extended to 25 years, but other countries actually have 50 years. So you can see that not only the practice is done in Uganda, but it's actually done internationally. Countries like USA also issue treasury bills and treasury bonds. So this is not something for just Uganda, but also done by other governments as a way to still mobilize funds. But let us ask ourselves, who is eligible to invest in treasury bills and treasury bonds? All of us are eligible. We have individuals, you have organized groups. We've been hearing circles. Yeah. We also have commercial banks. By the way, commercial banks are also part of this investment avenue. We have commercial banks, we have pension funds, our NSSF. It's interested in the longer term, given the nature of the business. Then we also have investors from abroad. We have investors looking at Uganda as a hot cake. They're looking at Uganda as an investment opportunity. So we have seen a lot of interest from the foreign investors. And that's why, as Bank of Uganda, we come down to the communities and say, as our people of Uganda, let us tell you about the opportunity that we have for the treasury bills and bonds, so that you also partake of this journey. Not only the foreign investors, the commercial banks, we also have insurance companies, by the way. They invest, they collect the insurance premiums that they obtain, and also invest in the government securities. Why do you see all these categories of people being part of this investment avenue? I'll tell you some of the reasons. Some of the reasons are, it gives them an easy way, first of all, of saving. It is secure. It is safe. You sleep, you go and sleep, and no one is knocking at your door for, you go and maybe check on the investment. It is already secure. You've already agreed from the beginning of the contract that this is the return I want to obtain after 3 months. And after your 3 months, what is going to happen? You're going to get back your investment plus your return. After 3 months, you're going to go and do other things. It also gives you an opportunity to have an alternative investment. Yes, I have heard, yesterday we had someone from the audience, and they were saying that if I have 100,000 Ugandan shillings, I can sell my shoes and get a good return. And we are saying that on top of you selling your shoes and get a good return, you can also, after getting that return, put it in government securities, because government securities, you're not going to go on the street to sell them. You're going to still remain on the street, but again have your government securities. So it's going to tell you that you're going to have an opportunity to have other additional investment opportunities. So it doesn't stop you from what you're doing. You are a farmer, continue the farming. But it's going to give you an alternative for a season where your farming is not doing well. We know that for sure during COVID, the people that had invested in government securities would get their coupons. They will get their coupons, they'll get their cash flows immediately. I mean, once government commits that they are going to pay your coupon, you obtain it, even if it is COVID. As Bank of Uganda, for us, we were working, by the way. So we were there and making sure that the investors that committed to put their money in these government securities are actually paid. Come rain, come sunshine. For us, we were there to make sure that the investors are paid. Now, going back to what is the interest rate? If I'm interested, first of all, to be part of the treasury bills and treasury bonds, what are the operational modalities? First of all, you have to open up a usual bank account. Yeah, we have commercial banks here. And we usually tell the investors to be part of the ecosystem, the money ecosystem. So the first step, open up a bank account. The next step, you tell the banks that you want to invest in treasury bills and bonds. So you'll open up a special account, which we call the CSD account, specifically for us to be able to see that you are actually going to invest in the treasury bills and bonds. And that is where we shall have proof as Bank of Uganda that you have actually opened up this account specifically for the treasury bills and bonds. So once you're ready, you ask for the form, and then you're able to fill in that form. The bank will also do its KYC, ask you the regular KYC, 2 passport photos, your national ID, and then you open up that account. After opening up that account, maybe the question is, how do I know that it is now time for Bank of Uganda to offer these treasury bills and bonds. So we have a lot of information. And this information is on different platforms. We have on the Bank of Uganda website where we have a calendar. Like how schools have a school calendar, we also have a calendar for treasury bills and treasury bonds. And this calendar is based off the financial year. It runs on a financial year basis, meaning from the beginning of 1st of July to the end of the financial year, which ends on 30th of June, you're going to see the actual dates that we are going to offer the treasury bills and the treasury bonds. In a month, we actually offer the treasury bills twice. Then the treasury bond is offered once in a month. So you'll find yourself that you actually have a number of opportunities for you to invest in these government securities. Let us assume that, for example, you wanted to be part of a treasury bond. This week we had a treasury bond and you missed out on that treasury bond. Yeah, I've told you about people who participate, and most of them are commercial banks. So you'll ask your commercial bank, I wanted a treasury bond that was issued by Bank of Uganda on such and such a date. Remember, we have a calendar. You go to the Bank of Uganda website, pull out that calendar, and then you highlight the bond that you wanted. And then the bank will tell you if they actually have that bond and sell it to you. So if you miss out the opportunity of coming directly on the day of the issuance or on the day we are offering the treasury bond, then you can get it from the commercial bank if you miss out on that day. We have also been on our social media handles. If you go to Instagram, we are there. We shall say that we are issuing treasury bills and bonds. So we have actually created a number of platforms, newspapers. That one has always been standard. And we inform the general public a week before we issue or we offer these treasury bills and treasury bonds. And this is usually on a Thursday or Friday. So those are the days in which we put this information in the newspapers, New Vision, Monitor. And then on the other hand, we also go to radio stations, inviting the general public to partake of the treasury bills and treasury bonds that we are offering. We put in a lot of effort as Bank of Uganda because we want our people, our Ugandans, to be part of the journey of investing in treasury bills and treasury bonds. On concluding on the modalities, know the return as an investor. So for 3 months, I will speak maybe to the most currently trading rates. We have about 10%. Then 1 year, it's about 12%. Now, let us benchmark on the 1 year. And the minimum investable amount is 100,000 Ugandan shillings. That is if you're coming directly to the auctions. So the 100 Ugandan shillings that you invest in a year, you're going to get a return of about 9,600 Ugandan shillings. So you can see the return goes on increasing as the years go by. And that tells you that if it is 12% and then I'm getting about 9,000, there's a component of tax. So for this formal investment, what do we call formal? Anything where by it goes through the channels, the formal channels, the government of Uganda attracts a tax to any sort of investment, a formal investment. So for the period of 3 months up to only is 20%. Then from the longer period, that is 10 years up to 25 years, the tax component is just about 10% on the interest. So it's not on the principal, but the tax component is applied on the interest. And for the 25 years, the interest is about 16%. So the longer the time, the more the return. Someone said that it looks small, but for those that have understood the component of time and money, they will tell you that they have actually benefited. It's a way of accumulating easy saving. Some people, it is very difficult for you to put away money for investment. So with the treasury bills and the treasury bonds, the way you can benefit from them, it gives you an opportunity for easy saving. Then the other component that we can speak about, or another benefit, is you can use the treasury bills and treasury bonds as a way of collateral. Some of us, when we go to commercial banks, let's say for loans, they'll ask you for good quality collateral. And you may actually not have that good quality collateral. But if you invest in government securities, if you keep increasing the amount, let us say that each month you put away 100,000 Ugandan shillings. By the end of the year, you will have about 1.2 million. And if you went to a bank and you want, let's say, to borrow some money for any reason, you can now pledge those securities as your collateral. And the bank will actually provide to you or extend to you a credit. So depending on the amount, that is what the bank will base on and provide you with a loan. Now, I'll speak to maybe something that the Bank of Uganda has recently done to again enhance inclusivity. So we said that there are people who may not be able to afford 100,000 Ugandan shillings. And then in conjunction with the Minister of Finance, there is a project called Okusevinga. That project gives an opportunity an individual to save 10,000 Ugandan shillings and invest in the treasury bills. Right now, we have started on a smaller scale. The project was launched last year in December, and we started with a small scale. But this project is to help someone who cannot open up a bank account and who can maybe not access a bank somewhere deep in the village. And as long as they have a mobile phone, they can use their mobile phone to invest. So I don't know how many of you have heard about the USSD codes, but it's going to work in a way that you use a USSD code to be able to invest in the treasury bills. And again, this is an effort for Bank of Uganda to reach the underserved communities. Underserved meaning I am in the village, I cannot reach the bank, or it is actually very expensive for me to get to the bank to open up a bank account. And therefore, as long as you have a mobile phone, we started with one telecom company, but we hope that it will be extended to another telecom company. So Bank of Uganda knows the needs of the community and therefore has launched this project on a pilot phase just to understand all the modalities, but also ensure that there is inclusivity. Allow me stop here. They gave me very little time, but we can interact if you want to know about the treasury bills and the treasury bonds after the session. Thank you very much for listening to me, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Immaculate. Just a follow-up question for you. When someone from Masindi buys treasury bills and bonds through a commercial bank or a supervised financial institution, does that come at a cost? And does that cost vary from one bank to another?
Thank you very much for that question. Like opening up any account, the bank will ask just for a small fee to open up, first of all, that account. And that fee shouldn't be prohibitive. It should be a small amount, probably of 20,000 Ugandan shillings. But it shouldn't stop you from investing in the treasury bills and treasury bonds. It is just a procedure way for banks to have all the protocols observed, do the KYC on behalf of the bank, such that they're able to onboard you as a client with all the full information. And it varies from bank to bank, but it shouldn't be prohibitive. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Immaculate. I know we are multitasking, we are eating at the same time. Thank you so much. We are going into the Q&A session. But before we get there, Deputy Governor, with us today we have sister financial sector regulators. We have from the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Dixon Sembuya, who is the Director Research and Development. Together with Ms. Lynn Tukey, the Manager Communications and Public Relations. I think she has gone for tea, but she's around. And then we also have from the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, Bonne Onohead for Western. And then from the Microfinance Regulations Department, formerly UMRA, we have Benon Mugambe, Mr. Benon Mugambe, representing. We have other key partners such as National Social Security Fund, NSSF, and we also invited Uganda Communications Commission. Thank you. Deputy Governor, geographically we are in the municipality, so want to recognize the team from Masindi Municipal Council. We saw Mr. Patrick Asimwe, who is the Deputy Town Clerk, and the entire team from Masindi Municipal Council. Amot and team, thank you so much for coming. And on your extreme right, oh, we have stepped out a bit, but we had the representative of the cow. As we go for the Q&A session, just to remind you, the audience, that we have all the commercial banks that operate in Masindi here with us today. We have Mr. Aganyira Joseph Akiki, Manager Centenary Bank, Mr. Ouma Vincent, Manager Absa, Mr. Bernard Ogwal, Regional Manager Stambik, Mr. Juma Saidi, Manager Equity, Mr. Godson Nwagaba, Manager Pearl Bank. From the credit institutions, we have Mr. Patrick Kagim, Brack Bank Manager, and Mr. Nebat Mwebesa, Manager Pride Bank. Among the large circles, we have Ms. Hope Mpaire, who is the Finance Manager at Madifa Circle. And then the payment systems, we have Alan Makanga, who is from the MTN Mobile Money as the Regional Manager. And then we have from the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, Mr. Fred Mulamba, who is the Manager Finca. And of course, our very own Madifa, who is one of the regulated large circles from Masindi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to transition to a feedback session. I know we are taking breakfast, a break tea, but I also know that we can also multitask. So I'll invite the protocol team to support me in moving microphones, Rosetta and team. Let's get positioned. Albert, Dominic, get the microphones from the DJ and start with those who will put up their hands first. And this session is going to be headed by the Deputy Governor. Mine will be just to make sure that your questions come through, and then he will assign who exactly will answer which question. We are good to go. If you have any question, any insights, any perspectives, any comment, this is a moment for you to put up your hand, and the team will come to where you are, and then you'll have a golden opportunity to speak. And when you get the microphone, mention your name and maybe the institution you're representing, if at all it's there, and then your question or comment. As they get ready to ask, we had one common question from the Capital Markets Authority, which I'll read out to you. And the question is, how can we avoid being defrauded in the capital markets? That was the first question. And the second question is, how can we best invest in capital markets products? Two questions. How can we avoid being defrauded in the capital markets And then second question, how can we best invest in capital markets products? Deputy Governor, as the rest of the audience gets ready, with your permission, maybe Capital Markets Authority could respond, and then we get the rest of the questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. A very good afternoon. Allow me to start by introducing myself, Dixon Sembuya, Director Research and Market Development at the Capital Markets Authority. Very delighted to be part of this town hall. And I would like to start by thanking Bank of Uganda for, bringing all of us together. They do deserve a clap. Also, I'd like to thank you for your time. I think you've all spared time from your very busy schedules to be here with us. And I think as we were discussing yesterday, it became very clear what this is all about. I think this is all about service delivery, but going down to the grassroots, getting to interact with the grassroots, getting new ideas on how we can improve in order to make Uganda a better home for all of us. So the Capital Markets Authority is a regulator like Bank of Uganda, but the Capital Markets Authority regulates the capital market space. So Bank of Uganda will regulate the banking industry. The Capital Markets Authority will regulate the capital markets. So what are capital markets? Usually we like looking at capital markets in simple terms. Capital markets are a market like any other market. And I think yesterday my colleague was speaking in Runyoro, and her question was, do you know Owino market? Do we all know Owino market? Do we know Nakasero? Those are all markets. Okay. When you go to Nakasero, you're going to buy bananas, you're going to buy tomatoes. Okay. When you come to the capital markets, this is a market where capital is raised. Okay. So you will have savings. People who have savings, people like me and you, with a bit of savings. And then on the other hand, you'll also have government, you'll also have companies that need capital. So it is your savings that are transformed into long-term capital, okay? And the thing about capital markets is that it provides long-term capital. Usually they say that the banking sector provides between short to medium-term capital because banks provide loans out of deposits, okay? In the capital markets, you're able to get capital in the long term. So that market where you have savings and you have those who need the savings as in the form of capital coming together is the capital market. So the Capital Markets Authority regulates that particular space where government companies are able to raise capital, long-term capital from you, individuals, circles, and it's your savings that are then translated into capital. So that is the space within which the Capital Markets Authority plays in. So the question was around investment fraud, abafere. And I know my colleague used a Runyoro term yesterday to describe abasuma. How do you deal with abasuma? Usually they sweet talk you, coming to you with all manner of beautiful proposals. How do you deal with them? And so the first question normally is, how do you tell that you're dealing with omufere, omshuma, omsuma? How do you tell that you're dealing with omsuma? Okay, very, very important. Okay. And now what I'm going to share with you applies not only in the capital markets, but also elsewhere. I mean, we all participate in economic activities. So the question is, how do you tell that you're dealing with someone who is not very proper? So there are a number of hallmarks that we look out for. Number one, pressure to close a deal or pressure to invest. That is normally the first sign that you're likely to be dealing with omufere. When someone puts you under so much pressure to close a deal or to invest, you should be very careful. I mean, before you buy land, as an example, I normally use the example of land. If you have tried going through a broker, a land broker, you can get a headache because they are going to keep on calling you and calling you and calling you and telling you all manner of things. Waliwo abalala benda bye batutteyo. Omulala agambye aleeta sente kakati rush yangu ogule ettaka. Okay? So the minute you come under a lot of pressure, then you need to take a step back. Okay? The minute someone calls you 1,000 times to close a deal or to invest, omanya olabika omushuma alabika akoze akusemberedde. Okay, atuse, as Deputy Governor is saying. So that pressure to close a deal is normally the first sign that you are probably dealing with a conman or mfere. Then the other sign is exceedingly high returns. Okay, if someone is promising you 20% per month, you know, the question you should ask yourself is, what business are they doing that will give them probably 50% so that they can give you 20%? Okay, if the deal is too good to be true, then run. Okay, and the other logic that I normally use, if someone can generate 30% per month from a business, why would they invite you to enjoy that 30%? If they're getting 30% on their money buli mwezi, mgarwachi bakuita na oje okolechi olie kwezo send, they have no reason. So the minute someone promises you 20%, 30%, know that you are, everything is likely to end in tears. Okay, so high returns, omuntu wakusubiza amagoba agatategerekeka bulungi, that is normally a sign that oyo mufere. Then we also have other signs that we can use to assess whether you're being misled or not. Complex investments. If someone comes to you to invest in something you do not understand, do not invest. Totekanga sente zo mu kintu kyotategeera. If something is complicated, you know, I'm telling you this and that, how we're going to make money here and there. But when you sit down and ask yourself questions, tobitegeera, then do not invest. If something is too complex, do not invest. You should only invest in what you understand. Sente zo ziteke mu kintu kyotegeera. Do not invest in complex things. You know, we've been hearing about cryptocurrencies, and you know, most bafere came through cryptocurrencies at some point because we did not understand them. So where you have a situation that you do not understand a product, an investment, then just know that you might, whatever you're investing in, you could actually end up crying. So do not invest in something that you do not understand. Then lastly, if someone comes to you and they want your money and they are not licensed, they are not regulated, you know, they are not regulated by the Capital Markets Authority, they are not licensed as a bank, then know that you're likely to be in trouble. So only deal with licensed entities. Only deal with those who have some sort of regulator or regulatory oversight, because it's normally easier in case of anything going wrong. When there's a regulator, when someone is licensed, it's always a lot easier for you to get some sort of recourse or for you to have your grievances or concerns addressed. So deal only with people who are licensed. Deal only with those who have a regulator. Okay? So do not deal with someone who is not regulated, because it essentially means that if you deal with someone who has no regulatory, who's not regulated, should you be in trouble, then, you know, Capital Markets Authority might be hard pressed to assist. The microfinance department at the Ministry of Finance might not be able to assist. Okay, so it's always easier for you to deal with regulated entities. Now, I normally encourage people, before you invest, before someone takes your money, you need to do some investigations. You need to, in where I come from, we talk about due diligence. But before you invest, ensure that you do some investigations. And, you know, I usually say this over and over. Before you buy land, ngatona gula taka. Osoka no gende wa neighbor no buza wano owulidewo kunkayana. Era owulira waliwo kunkayana, that's a red flag. No osoka no gende wa LC no mubuza wano wenjagala okugula. Chicho owulirawo. And I think with that, osobola okumanya ono muntu gwengulako ettaka muntu wa kika ki. So it is important for you to do your due diligence. It's important for you to do your investigations. And I think you're normally told, even before you get married, you do some due diligence. You find out your partner, the kind of family they come from. You do some due diligence and investigations before you say, I do. So even before you invest, you should ensure that you investigate, ask some questions, ask around, and that will help you to make an informed investment decision. I can see that the timekeeper is here. But in summary, how can you invest in the capital markets? We have what are called shares, and normally shares represent ownership. A share is a unit of ownership in a company. So that is one way you can invest. We have what are called collective investment schemes, where you have so many people coming together. They contribute funds into a pool, and those funds are managed by a licensed manager. We actually have a licensed manager in the tent at the entrance. In the event that you have any further questions, if you're interested, please feel free to visit us in the tent. Thank you very much. Thank you for being attentive. Be careful about your money. Do not hand out your money to unlicensed people who put you under pressure, people who want you to invest in things you do not understand. Do not. Okay, so please take that lesson from me, and I thank you very much for listening.
A big round of applause for the Capital Markets Authority. If you're wondering how to invest in the capital markets, he has told you. And in business, we say, if it is too good to be true, then it's not true. If it is too good to be true, then it is not true. Take necessary caution as you invest. So we have now those who are ready to ask questions. We already received one question with the Deputy Governor. If you have any questions, you can put up your hand, or you can write them, tear a paper from your notebook, write them, and then give them to the people in the white t-shirt.
There is a question for Augusta here. And the question is, I think this is yours, Augusta. How does one get employed at the Bank of Uganda? He's asking, how does one get employed at the bank, and we have our bosses here?
Since today, Deputy Governor is calling me his boss, can you stand and we stretch a little? Please stand. You follow me. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. We are going to write the word Masindi. Capital letters using our head. Start with M. A. S. I. N. D. And I. Take your seat. Take your seat. Thank you very much, Deputy Governor. This is how you get employed in Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda is an equal opportunity employer. It is for all Ugandans from all walks of life. But one important thing with Bank of Uganda, it is one of the best employers in this country. So it is sought for. Tell your neighbor, sought for. This is how we go about it. At entry level, we call them banking officer 2. You must have a first class or an upper second. We don't take people with past degrees. We don't take people with lower second. So you must have an upper second or a first class. The bank has about 27 departments. So at entry level, we recruit all areas, all disciplines, IT, risk management, economics, people who are good in communication, financial markets. We recruit all of them. Then we train them. Then we distribute them to the relevant departments. You can also join at a different level when we advertise the jobs in the press. That can only happen between banking officer to executive director. To become a deputy governor or governor, that is a presidential appointment.
But the upper second as well.
Yeah. Now, for the leaders of Masindi, I pray that you educate your children very well. Encourage them to get first class, to get upper second, and they should be ready to compete. Recently, we advertised for the jobs of drivers and security assistants. Yesterday, before I came, I checked. We had received over 4,000 applications. So you must be able to compete, and Bank of Uganda is an equal opportunity employer. Have I answered the question? Secondly, interns. Some of our children, after going to the university in their second year, they are required to take some industrial training. Bank of Uganda provides internship. Go to our website. There is an app. Your children will apply, but we also take into account their performance in those 2 years. Why are we interested in performance? This is a central bank. We do not want to bring in people who are mediocres. Deputy Governor was telling you people who are managing our financial markets, the reserves, the currency, the supervision. We want the best. And we treat them very well so that they can be able to deliver value to our country and the economy. In a nutshell, that's what we do if you want to join Bank of Uganda.
Gasta Kainja, Director, People and Culture Department at the Bank of Uganda. So you've heard from the right person. We had somebody with a microphone there. Please stand up. And after Monica, you give the microphone to the person next to you, then we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Pascal Mandaun. I'm the founder and executive chairman of NCOT Group. In NCOT Group, we run a microfinance institution called NCOT Microfinance, serving over 30,000 active loan customers in this region. I'm here to ask a question regarding regulation. As early as 2006, there were discussions to have a law to support a certain category of institutions to also become deposit taking in a way, just like the way we have in some countries, in Nigeria and others. Fast forward, that law was enacted, and after like 10 years, a paltry like 10 institutions had got license to take deposit. That was a sign that actually the law did not answer what the stakeholders asked for, because of over 400 microfinance institutions in the country, like only 10. By the time the law was changed again, it was like only 5 on the list of Bank of Uganda licensed under that law. And of recent, again, something happened, and another category of financial institutions were taken up. That's where the big circles are, and others were left. And they were left to the Ministry of Finance. And I can tell you that leaving such kind of institutions to the Ministry of Finance was like giving us what they call vioya vyanswa, for those who know. Technically, there is no regulation. Apart from paying for the license, and walking there and maneuvering the corridors there with so many nagging people to get the license. That's all you get. No capacity building, no support in any way, nothing. And some even threaten that if you don't do like this and this, we shall come for you. But virtually no one is there. So it is not helpful at your level of the governor. I think there's something that you need to think and advise either the president or parliament. I know you are not the one who makes the law, you use the law given to you, but you can advise. And we know there is a lot of mix-up of information concerning professionally run microfinance institutions that are not under the regulation of Bank of Uganda and money lenders. But we have found ourselves in a situation where we are squeezed in between the rock and the hard place. As I've told you, we are running a network of almost 10 branches, 30,000 active loan customers, portfolio of over 20 billion. But we are not anywhere. We are not a circle. We are not under tier 2 or 3. So it is a missing middle in between. And why we bring this up is because there are benefits that come with being regulated, as you know, that through mobilization of savings, if allowed, it means we have access to cheaper capital, which we can use to forward the financial services to the people that we serve. Therefore, we are asking the government to use your office to ensure that the missing middle, the microfinance, that are relatively big in nature, to find a space on that table so that we can be able to get proper regulation for us.
Thank you. Quite interesting. While we have those who are supposed to be regulated running away from regulation, you have those who are not supposed to be regulated by BAU trying to join to be regulated by BAU. Quite interesting.
Can we have
yes,
Mackay and Huntington? Maybe you can educate us on that comment.
Mr. Mackay Awom, Director, Non-Bank Financial Institutions Department.
And Huntington is supervision.
And Huntington Wasa, Director, Commercial Bank Supervision. But Huntington has said that Mr. Mackay Awom can. Sorry.
Protocol observed. Thank you very much. This is a very good question you have raised. It's a very good issue that needs to be discussed. And I think you are spot on. You mentioned that you have 30 active. I would call them members. Those are members. 30,000 active members. So a number of laws that we try to put in place to provide order in the way business is done, business of money. But now when you talk about 30,000 plus, it means these are people who know each other. I think I'll not be wrong to call it a member-based arrangement or a member-based organization. So member-based organization actually puts us in the definition of what a circle is. Member-owned, and partly for economic activities and also social transformation, social activities. And it's where members come together and they are at liberty to elect their own leaders. So this some time back, there were some clarifications which were done. I'll not go into the details, but I'll try to do clarifications. Indeed, they formed a two-way approach so that the small circles, the small member-based organizations remained with what they call the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, which was recently returned back to the Minister of Finance, where you expressed a lot of frustration of not being able to make a headway. And then they put a threshold that if the member savings, and I will talk about voluntary savings, reach 1.5 billion, or the capital is about 500 million, that category should be supervised by the central bank. It should come under the armpit of the central bank. As we speak now, we see that there are about 90 to 100 circles that qualify in that category. but the uptake has remained slow despite reminders. When I was entering here, I had such an announcement on radio that if you want more information, go to the Office of the Director, non-bank financial institutions. So I'm the one speaking to you. So the uptake is slow, but so far 4 are out. I think they were mentioned, and we have about 3 to 5. So maybe by June, we're looking at licensing about 10 circles. But indeed, like you explained, the money needs to be protected. I don't know what best example I want to use, but I think I want to use the example of the Bafere, too good to be true. When you put your ears on the ground, even circles, places that you respect, there's one I go to learn that when they call you for a meeting, you go back with 500,000 transport fund. 500,000 transport fund, it means you don't know what your money is being used for, and those people are trying to be good to you to make you feel good, and that so that you keep putting money there, and can become a pyramid. You know a pyramid? A pyramid is something which cannot square. If we say let each member take his money, there will be nothing. Others will not get, only few will get. So Bank of Uganda, indeed, like you explained, offers free, I would call it, we work for government. We are transparent, we are very objective. We try to make you better so that you don't lose those savings. So that you have leaders who are, we call it vetting, but not for circles. We don't even take a very tight criteria. But first we give you liberty through your meeting, annual general meeting, to elect the leaders. So we just come in to put a second layer that the leaders who have been put there, are they, we call it fit and proper. Meaning, are they good people? If you have a leader who already has very bad loans in many banks, it's not going to be a good leader. Okay? If you have a leader who has a criminality record, like those the Bafere we're talking about, it's going to be a problem. So we come in to make sure that your leaders are people who can stand the test, who are fit and proper. And then you have structures for managing risks. You have committees, a board, you have management committees to organize you so that when a decision is taken, you know what has been done. Because we have also had complaints where a circle, a group like the one you're talking, now they leave you, they go quietly to say a bank, let me say Centenary Bank. They go with their papers to Centenary Bank and get a loan, a big loan. We have had those complaints. But that loan does not come to you, to the group. A few, 5 people, and most times maybe a man, a spouse, man and his spouse, his daughter, they divide that money. They keep calling you for meetings. When you come for meetings, they say, this is your transport refund. You don't have books of accounts. Because we help the circles to develop some books of accounts, which we can check and review. And there are many benefits they come with. Maybe I should explain this. One of them has been explained. Deposit Protection Fund. Your members become eligible to Deposit Protection Fund. You can access what they call Credit Reference Bureau services to get to know your members. You can access funds from government, from development partners. There are many people who want to give out money, but they want to give out money to people who are organized. You can also access money now through the Agricultural Credit Finance Facility or Small Business Recovery Fund. If I give an example of Malawi, the World Bank has given money through the central bank to give to circles, those member-based organizations, at only 3% per year. Where can you get that free money? So it's a good thing you're doing, and the window that has been opened is the one through circles. I know that the ministry side needs more reorganization. But if we can take up this top brass, because eventually the cooperators are talking about the cooperative bank, who are going to be the shareholders of that cooperative bank? They are going to be the other large circles. And then we create linkages so that the smaller circles can feed into the large circles. Already, these circles have put deposits in the banks, big money. These circles are borrowed money from banks. So there's already interconnectedness, which is happening. And as the central bank, we are concerned because of financial stability. We're also concerned about financial inclusion and taking services closer to the people at the bottom. So it's good to take this message from the central bank positively, because the world we live in now have these people who distract. Liars are also there, and you are going to lose. But if you come through an organized supervision, then it should be better. But we also sit and discuss with the people in the Ministry of Finance to harmonize all these issues. So the first thing that I would want to emphasize is that take the law in good spirit, and then when you are there, bring out all those problems that have come, that you complain about, and we shall help you to sort them. I couldn't go so deep on certain issues, but I think that's a general response. I'll be available if there are other questions. Thank you.
Huntington, do you have something you want to add? You have said everything. Very good.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. McKay Awom, Director, Non-Bank Financial Institutions Department. Let's take another round of questions.
I have a question.
Yes, DG.
Charles, there is a question for you. Indeed, please get the microphone. Is there, so the Bank of Uganda can understand it better. Thank you. You know, the debit on accounts. You are familiar with that?
The person who asked the question.
Thank you. I'm Beatrice Tatsime. My question is, on several occasions, on our accounts, they put a no debit and no communication is made. You only realize when you're going to transact.
Charles,
good morning, good afternoon. Is the account a government account or in a commercial bank or at Bank of Uganda? In a commercial bank. I think, Governor, I think someone from a commercial bank can explain that.
Anybody from Abusa who is familiar with a no debit on accounts, especially for government accounts? Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. A no debit comes to accounts that are non-compliant. And messages, emails are always sent to the customers. However, they take long to respond. But customers who respond early, you find that that problem is well sorted. I want to give an example. Maybe the district account, they have moved a cow to a different place, we have received a new cow. The documents have not yet reached us, and they want to transact, and the cow is already signing, so it becomes very hard for us to do diligence on such an account until we get proper documentation. So, Governor, that is how we do it, and doesn't frustrate. SMS alerts are sent, emails are sent. I submit.
I think her question was, there is normally a very big lag to communicate. So who is not communicating? Is it the bank, commercial bank, who are not communicating? Or when the email is sent, you send the email normally to these institutions?
Okay, our mode of communication as commercial banks is through the contacts given to us in the system. Now we may send to the person who has left. So, but it is important, once you get a no debit, get to our service desk and we act appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abusa. You have survived being asked to show cause. All right, so Albert, get the microphone. There was Monica, we had a person there first. Please give them the microphone. But first, hold on a bit. We have a VVIP at the back who has a question.
Thank you very much. The Master of Ceremonies, William Mwambi is my name. District Councillor for Persons with Disabilities, Masindi. And the questions I have for you are in line with the constituency I represent. One, we thank you that you provide services and regarding currencies, but you mostly caution us to ensure that there's a lot of privacy to see that our money is secure. But how can a person who is visually impaired like Mwambu ensure privacy when the ATM I must go and use someone to withdraw? So how can I protect my PIN? At least one of the bank and the especially Sentinel has provided ATM that is audible. When you press, you can operate it independently. But others don't have ATM that have that software that can speak. So how do those who use other, or how do those who go to access and are supposed to use their ATM PIN guarantee the security of their funds? That is one. Then two, when you look at the currency, there is paper and a coin. With the coin, it is easier for a blind person to know that this is a 100, a 200, a 500, a 1,000, depending on how the edges of the coin were designed. But on the side of the paper note, I have to seek a support of the second person. There I find that the currency not prepared by Bank of Uganda is exclusive, not inclusive of me as Mwambu. I want to propose that in the same way, we find a way that we can make these notes notable, understandable by a blind person so that I can count my money independently.
As you conclude, sir?
Okay, the last one is about the loans. I want to request also you as a regulator, at what stage is a commercial bank supposed to go and maybe, can I say auctioneer, or sell out the security of the person who has failed to pay the loan? Is it at the first initial payment or at the last period? Say if my loan is supposed to be for 2 years and maybe I've defaulted for the 2 months, at what stage do you guide these commercial banks to go and pick out the security and sell out? For time being, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Loud and clear. How about there is a person next to you?
Thank you so much. My name is Rita Karungi Avoli, and I am the District Tourism Officer. In his remarks, the Deputy Governor talked about Masindi being a tourism district, and I agree with that 100%. Now that our region is moving into hosting AFCON, there is a loan facility that I expected to get more information about by Bank of Uganda, the one which is in Uganda Development Bank, a tourism intervention fund. And within this house, we have quite a number of tourism investors seated here and also potential investors. Please, we would like you to use this opportunity also to give more information about that loan facility from Uganda Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Let's have the last one for now. Monica, give the person the microphone, then Deputy Governor can respond.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, then Monica.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. Robert Muhanga, my name's the Executive Director of Legal Education. We focus on improving learning outcomes of pupils in government-aided primary schools through building capacity of teachers. Mr. Governor, with this oil in this region, the government acted very fast and gave us a stay. And it is situated in Hoima. I know with all these opportunities my colleagues are talking about, it might be in your plan to give us a regional Bank of Uganda in this region. My request is that this time, let it not go to Hoima, bring it to Masindi. But you can also confirm to us when that is going to happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You can have it first, then you choose why it should be. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Governor. My name is Mugisha Rashid. I'm a tax supervisor at Kinyara Sugar Limited, makers of the sweetest sugar in Uganda and East Africa. I have two questions to ask. The first one is, what is the success rate of treasury bond bidding for the big investor? For instance, if I bid about 8 billion, do you give it to me all, or you give me one and the other one sorts itself? Second question, these agricultural loans, their interest, is it simple interest or compound interest? Because you know there is some gap between when the crop will mature and finally when you are able to service the loan. And lastly, but not least, do you provide any sort of WHT certificate after deduction? Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you very much. We'll pause for now. Let's pause for now and allow the Deputy Governor answer the questions.
Thank you very much. I think let's begin with Immaculate. Where are you? Let's begin with you on the success rate of these bids. Thank you. She's the one in charge of treasury bills and bonds at the Bank of Uganda.
Thank you, Deputy Governor, and thank you for the question. What is the success rate for big investor? I can highlight that we have two types of investors. We have those that we call non-competitive and those that we call competitive. The one he has called a big investor. So non-competitive, we have a range. If you come with your 100,000, you'll fall in the category of a non-competitive investor. What does that mean? That when you come and buy the treasury bills, you'll be automatically successful. Now that is up to 200 million Ugandan shillings. That is still a non-competitive investor. So if you place your 200 million Ugandan shillings in a bond, you'll be automatically awarded. Now, beyond 200 million, you're going to become a big investor. That is what we call a competitive investor. And you have a right to say that if government is borrowing from me, I'm going to price it my price. I'm going to give it my price. For example, for the 25-year bond, if government is borrowing from me, I'm going to give it at 16%. Now that is the big investor. So you are all lined up. The first one, 250 million. Then the second one is 8 billion, like he has stated an amount. And then he says, if government is borrowing from me, I'm going to give it 16.25%. That is what it should borrow from me. And then there comes the likes of Centenary Bank, Stanbic Bank, Equity. They come with 50 billion. And they say that I'm going to lend government at 15.9. So what is going to happen to you? Government is going to first look at all these people and say, Centenary, Equity, they're giving me at 15.9%. I'm going to first take those ones. And then there is someone who is giving government at 16%, 200 million. Maybe let's also take that one. But I think now I have all the money that I am looking for. And then you of 8 billion, who is placing at 16.25, we shall cut you out because all the money that we are looking for, we have got it. So when you are a competitive bidder, we always advise you to go on the Bank of Uganda website. Like any other market, you need to know where the prices of what you're selling are at. So you're going to find the price of that bond even the day before. Every day, by the way, we have all those prices put on the Bank of Uganda website. You go there, you go to financial markets, and we have the treasury bill prices and yield curve. Just to make it in simple terms, that is the place where you find the prices of the bond that you want to lend to government, your money that you want to lend to government. But you need to know the prices, because when you don't price properly, you're going to miss out. So that's why you find that some people, if they price highly, they might actually miss out. It is very competitive. Let me give you the numbers. So this week we had a treasury bond, and government offered 990 billion Ugandan shillings and said, this is all we are looking to collect. But guess how much the general public brought in? They brought in 1.7 trillion. Akatabalika. 1.7 katabalika. Yeah? In the local dialect. But one, I can say that we looked at the bids and we were saying, okay, where are people getting the money from? Right? People seem not to have the money, but others do have the money. And actually, we've had instances whereby government offers 990 billion, but we get 2 trillion. So we received 1.7 trillion. And government said, okay, let me just take slightly a bit more. And government just took 1 trillion. If you go to social media handles, you'll see the treasury bond results and also the rates. So it's important for you as a competitive bidder, because you're coming big, just know there are also other big players in the market. And these could be commercial banks. There are also foreign investors. Like I told you, they are very interested in our country. But if you are a small investor, be assured that you'll be automatically awarded. Thank you very much.
Very big round of applause to Immaculate. Thank you very much, Immaculate. I think I would really like, if you were my lecturer, I would like it very much. She's very, very clear in explaining how you bid, how you succeed, why you don't succeed, and why you need information. That's what we said before. Huntington, people are still on you because they want to know at what point do you sell people's securities. The other ones who put their security to get money. At what point do you sell their property which they put in the commercial bank? Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, for allowing me to come and address this big congregation. And thank you for raising the questions. Personally, I'm a borrower. And the experience I have is each time I apply for a loan, the number of requirements banks ask me to give them. Particulars about me as a person, I must have an account with them. They know your customer documents. So my account has never been blocked, as Absa said, because I've given them this information. Now, when you borrow, you say, how much do you want to borrow? You specify. How are you going to pay back this money? Because they are interested in you paying back their money. It actually doesn't belong to them. What they lend to you, they've got to Mugis from Mr. Mugisa, they've got from Dorothy as deposits. Then they create loans and extend that loan to you. If I fail to pay back, they may also not have money to pay back depositors' funds. That is their primary interest. They are interested, what are you going to finance to be able to pay back? Now, that is the primary source of repayment. Now, the next thing is, assuming your business you're going to finance doesn't generate enough revenues to pay me back, what else can we fall back to? Then they ask for collateral. If you have a house which has a title, Sometimes they even take vibanja, as long as you have an agreement that shows that you actually own that land. But they are not interested in that land. They don't want to sell your land. But they want something in which you have an insurable interest. That if you lost it, it would hurt you. So you'll be motivated to look for money to pay back before they sell off that item. After that, they can even say, yes, we have this collateral, but can you give us someone else who can guarantee us that you pay back? They ask for a guarantor. Now, before you become a guarantor, you need to know what it means. It means if Huntington Waswa got this loan and failed to pay, me as a guarantor, I'm supposed to pay on his behalf. I'll implore the banks to explain all these things to the borrowers. Now, when you fail to make an installment once or twice, the bank gets concerned. This person promised us that this business is going to give him or her money to pay back our loan. It is one installment, second installment, they get concerned. They say, no, let's put this property on the market to sell it. So this person comes to us because they know you have an insurable interest in that property. But they don't have interest in selling your property. They want to motivate you to come and pay back their money. Now, assuming the business you finance has collapsed, they can actually go ahead and sell that property to be able to get the money they lend to you, of course, plus interest. Sometimes they even give you penal interest, because Dorothy and Mugisa, who are depositors, also want their money, because for them, they will demand it anytime. When Deputy Governor was making a presentation here, he said, when you walk to a bank with your check of 600,000, the bank will not tell you that Huntington has not paid back his loan, so I can't pay you your deposit. They do whatever they can. If they don't have it immediately, they will even borrow amongst themselves to be able to pay you back your deposit. Why? Because if they fail to pay your deposit, what will be your reaction? You walk out of the banking hall complaining. You even say, all these banks are thieves. These are the comments we make because you are annoyed, you expected payment, the payment has not come through, so you assume all bankers are what? To avoid that, they do whatever they can to give you money, you go in peace. Now, from us, the central bank, we have rules that they follow in their business. We have acts. The Financial Institutions Act we use for banks, the Microfinance Deposit Taking Institutions Act for microfinance deposit taking institutions. And these acts also have regulations. Now, these acts lay out the principles upon which banks are supposed to operate. From our end, we give them a requirement. If a loan has not been paid over a certain number of days, it means there's a very high chance that it will not be paid. So make what we call specific provisions. When you make a specific provision on a loan given to Huntington Waswa, it goes and reduces the earnings of the bank. The earnings of the bank form part of the capital of that bank. If there are many Huntington Waswas who have failed to pay, that institution can easily collapse because people have not paid back. So, sir, the bank can sell your property even if you have not defaulted on any installment. How? Assuming you had a business and it's ravaged by fire, it has been destroyed, and you don't have any other source of repayment. What will they do? They say, yeah, this business has been burnt to ashes. If you don't have insurance, and I would encourage you to use insurance because it is a way of managing that risk. Use insurance. Insure, and bankers, please explain to the borrowers what insurance means and what they're insuring against. Explain it to them, because if you don't, for them, they will assume you've insured all the risks regarding your relationship. So if that business collapses, they can go ahead and sell your collateral because you don't have any other way you're going to be able to pay back. I hope I've explained the issue well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arlington. There is a question for you, Vincent. Of course, you know the question. You know the question. Why are you lifting? I mean, why are you leaving some people outside the currency identification?
Thank you, Deputy Governor. The question is about it's a concern about the visually impaired. I must say that the notes are delicately designed so that everyone can make use of the notes. But I take note of the concern because when we interact like this, we get feedback, and it's that feedback that makes us improve. A month ago, we had an interaction as currency department with the members of the visually impaired, and so they took us through their concerns, which we took note of. And I've also taken note of this. Every time the notes are printed, before they come out to circulation, we test them after printing to ensure that they meet the international standards of the currency notes. So I've taken note of this, and we shall consult within our stakeholders, and where there is need to improve, we shall ensure that the feature for the visually impaired is strengthened so that our people are not left behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Dorothy, there was also a question for you. Did you write down the question? Is the interest on ACF compound or simple? And do you charge withholding tax?
Thank you very much for the question. So for the SCF, we use a fixed interest and its own reducing balance. So what that means is that the interest is charged on the outstanding principal. So each time you pay a loan, the amount of interest reduces, but the amount of principal you're paying increases. We know that the loan installment has the two components. There's the principal part and the interest. But this one we use reducing. It's a fixed rate, but it's reducing throughout the cycle. And this one makes it cheaper and more predictable for the client. For example, if you have a loan of 400,000 and the interest rate is 10%, it means the interest on that component, the first time you pay is going to be 40,000. So if the interest is, you've taken off the 40,000, you're going to be left maybe with 360,000. You apply another 10%. It means the next time you're going to pay 36,000, the amount keeps on reducing. So as the loan is progressing, the amount of interest you're paying each time is less because it is on reducing balance. Yes, the installment amount remains the same and it is predictable. So you know that every month I'm paying 500,000, but of that component, interest maybe is lower and the principal is higher, but it stays the same. And it's very predictable and easy for a customer to follow up their installments. Thank you very much.
Withholding tax, Dorothy?
No, there's no withholding tax.
Withholding tax.
No. Withholding tax, I think, refers to the interest on the bonds.
On the bonds, yeah.
Yes.
On the market.
Yes.
On the bonds and treasury bills, the market should have explained that there is, of course, withholding tax on interest and there. I think the market is 10% on the bond, 20% on TBs, treasury bills.
Yes, Governor, let me clarify on the withholding tax for the treasury bills and bonds. From 3 months up to 5 years, that withholding tax is 20%. Only for the longer tenors of the bonds do we have 10%. That is from 10 years up to 25 years. So you'll attract a withholding tax of 10%. So you always look at the tenors from 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. Basically, all the treasury bills, you'll attract a withholding tax of 20%. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, the withholding tax is 20%. From 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, the withholding tax is 10%.
Thank you very much. Immaculate. Andrew, this is your time. I told you are the one who came. Now they want you to explain. You have the question? You remember the question? Who regulates mobile money and all these fintechs, and why are they charging exorbitant amounts? And someone is saying they are also arrogant. Are you the one telling them to be arrogant? I don't know. So our boss in the Bank of Uganda for fintech, for these companies like MTN, which are giving you these services on mobile money, is Mr. Andrew Kawere. Andrew, please.
Thank you very much, Governor. So, ladies and gentlemen, first, let me mention that Bank of Uganda took over the oversight of mobile money in 2020, and that's part of the bank's digital transformation agenda. It's part of the bank's effort towards supporting the broader digital transformation for the economy. And why was that a matter of interest? That was a matter of interest because we do know that the traditional financial services, especially in the banks, have their own constraints. The branches are limited. The requirements are stringent in some respects. So not everyone is able to open a bank account. And yet, the bank wants every Ugandan to participate in the financial sector space. So with the advent of technology, especially mobile money as an innovation, the bank clearly saw that there is an opportunity of getting so many people into the formal financial space. So we did work on the law, and that law was passed in 2020, giving us the mandate to oversee mobile money. And it has been a very, very good development in extending financial services to the people. As we speak today, almost 26 million people have at least one mobile money wallet. And you compare that to the bank accounts, which are slightly lower, but of course with multiple holdings. So mobile money has been key in extending financial services to the people. Why are mobile money charges high? This is indeed a pain because while many people have signed up, we are actually concerned that the charges in some respects remain high. Okay, but why is that so? And the challenges are not very different from the discussions we've had before on things like interest rates. One is us partaking of that same service. You see, the more we engage in the service, the more we use the service, the cheaper it becomes for the service provider. If all of you, or if you and me all adopt these services, then we can have a more critical mass of users from which a very tiny portion of a service fee will be charged. So the constraints include us using more of the service and avoiding the withdrawal. In fact, That is partly why government put a withdrawal charge. Government is saying that, can we keep the money in the formal space? Can we keep that money in the financial, in the digital space? Instead of you withdrawing the 20,000 and sending it to a school bursar, can't you instead send it to the school bursar digitally? Because the school has a number. The school has a merchant code. So that is one of the challenges. But also, these entities that you see delivering the services incur costs. This is not a free service. These entities have investors. These entities have people who are looking after the technology. There is a lot that goes into running those technology platforms. For example, we talked about threats earlier this morning. If those providers do not build resilient technological systems, then it will pose threats to the safety of your money. So those investments or those initiatives require funding. And that funding has to be recovered in a way because somebody has invested and they expect to get a return. So those are some of the drivers of the costs for mobile money. What are we doing about it as Bank of Uganda? The bank has engaged the players. The bank continues to engage the players, and we have achieved some decent results. All of you here, I believe all of you have mobile money wallets. I don't think there is anybody in here without a mobile money wallet. And I can tell you that from those discussions, we have been able to reduce charges of sending money from one person to another. You will remember that you used to pay up to maybe even 5,000 shillings, depending on the amount, if you send money from Airtel to MTN. Today, that charge is standardized at 1,000 shillings, isn't it? 1,000 shillings, up to I think about 700,000. So we are engaging with the market and we have achieved some results. But also, let's always think about what the alternative could have been. If I was sending 30,000 shillings from here to Hoima, all right, what options do I have? I can put it on a taxi. I can give it a conductor, not so? A conductor or the driver and say, please give this 30,000 to Aboli in Hoima. That conductor might not deliver the money, isn't it? I can send someone, my son or my daughter, and give them the 30,000 plus transport of 10,000, which makes it more costly. So if you compare that with the 1,000 shillings that you're going to pay to MTN and Airtel, it is not as expensive as it sounds if you look at the convenience that comes with it. So there is a lot of effort going towards dealing with charges, but there have been some achievements on that front. But now that I also have the opportunity to speak to you, let me also remind you that we need to embrace these digital channels. Let's embrace the digital channels because it's these digital channels that are helping us to participate in the formal financial system, especially for those that don't have bank accounts. And that directly enables Bank of Uganda to achieve its mission. The investments you're asking about, for instance, Immaculate has told you about government securities. Very soon, you will be able to buy and sell government securities using your mobile money wallets. So let's embrace the digital channels, but let's also educate ourselves about the risks that come with them, especially when it comes to managing your personal information. The PIN numbers that you use, the details that you have in your bank accounts or your various investments, don't share that information. Keep it to yourself and use it and guard it jealously. Lastly, we also encourage you to save. Let's save, ladies and gentlemen. The COVID period gave us some very difficult lessons. If you remember, the lockdowns. For those that had not saved anything for that rainy day, it was a very, very painful period. So one of the things that we are doing as Bank of Uganda is to remind the public that saving needs to be part of a culture. If we save more, we not only have robust financial futures for ourselves and our families, but we also support investment. You see, what you and me save individually is what goes to the bank. And that is the money that somebody else is going to borrow. And then that turns into an investment. Then the investment creates jobs. Then the jobs create better livelihoods. Then the government collects tax. Then the roads are maintained. And then the cycle continues again. So let's save more. Let's save with supervised, regulated financial institutions. And at the end of the day, we shall have a better country for all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. A very big round of applause to Andrew. Why a big round of applause to Andrew is because he has touched on something. I think let me explain it. Just give me 30 seconds. Many of us think that save is a function of income. In the English language, just simple English language, people think that people who save are those who earn a lot of money. Abantu baratekateka ngo barabika sente. Ni bari baratunga sente nyinji. But I can assure you, saving is a culture of a country, is a culture of your home. If you are home, you know the way the government works. It's not different from the way we work in our homes. A government, when we come here and say Bank of Uganda and the government, it is because we have just amalgamate, we have added together very many homes and they are the former country. About 45.9 million Ugandans. But the behavior of how the government of Uganda will work in terms of having money to buy anything, pay teachers, pay professors in universities, pay these people earn a salary also, they get paid, pay our nurses, pay our doctors, pay our security forces here. It's because the government must have money. And where does the government get money? It is from Uganda Revenue Authority, the money which we get from also from people who are sources of that money are doing business. Where did they get the money? They saved in order to do that business. So let's not think unreally. Let's increase this message. People to save is only to have that culture of saving. Oratekwa kwesasa. That the real chigaro nyankore. Oratekwa kwesasa. In the language of economics and finance, as you all know, people of economics and finance, you must postpone current gratification for future growth of your family. Families which have done well. Amakagari hanu ya in Masindi kumuraja muna makaga mani. Abantu muradira hanu ya mukarabara abantu bamani. Barabashubuzi bamani hanu ya. They are not different from any of us here. Except for them, they know akasente kubara tunga barasigaho akasente kachi. Abaramanya umupira, those who are supporting football teams. My mother used to have something called, like this wallet I have. Yarabika kashawa kaleta kashawo kenzibizi. And my mother never went to any class. But she told me that you must have a kashawo kenzibizi. You know those in football what omuzibizi is. These are people like Van Dijk. These are people, I don't know where Ramos went now these days. I don't know where Ramos went in Real Madrid. I think left it went to. Number 4. People who play number 4 in Abasan, I think Abasan, you want to kill us in mind you. I told you before. For us, we have our Maguire, as you know. Who normally gives us even more problems. For him, he scores both. But every football team depends on 2 people. They depend, of course, on number 10, as we know, isn't it? The Sadio Manes and so on, the Messis of this world. But also you must have what in Uganda called Omuzibizi. Omuzibizi means number 4, defender. And that's what my mother told me. You must have money to defend you. So if you don't have savings, you don't have defense. Actually, in military language, our members of security forces are here. Do you know a quarter guard? You can imagine if a country doesn't, like for us in Kabale, we have our second division in Mbarara. North, you have your fourth division, which takes now Gurulira and so on. Saving is really a quarter guard, that person who is guarding the country to make sure nobody. That's what savings does. So a country which doesn't save, what kind of country is this? What kind of family is that? What kind of person are you? If you cannot, the reason why interest rate in commercial banks, and they're all here, they can explain this even better than me. Me, I studied these things on Blackboard, but for them, they do them on a day-to-day basis. The reason why interest rates are high is because our saving culture is not good. That's the only reason here. Otherwise, why is the interest rate 18%? Because these commercial banks don't have sufficient money. Why? People don't save money. If you save the money, these commercial banks will be having a lot of money. And when money is a lot, there's money everywhere. There's money here. There's money here. There's money here. The language we're using, we shall have more intermediaries. There are more economic agents relative to GDP. You have more places where you can get money. But because we don't have many places where we can get money, how did it come about? Everybody ate every money he was getting. The money is literal. This, like Uganda, is a very low wage economy. Financial depth is low because of low saving. Interest rates very high. So what is the message from the deputy governor is saying? Please agree with me. And I'm going to come back here. I'm very happy that we are going to have AFCON. This is a very good opportunity for the country to show ourselves that also we can really host. But if you didn't save enough money and be able to do business, cook food, and in that stadium, which I've inspected myself, one of the most people in Emirates, you think, you have a stadium in Emirates, you just go and say, "Oh, stadium here." Those who think you have your Emirates. We should save and really do business and do this. If you don't have savings, you can't have money. So on tourism, my sister here on tourism, we have money. We have money in Uganda Development Bank. And Uganda Development Bank has branches. We have a branch in Arua. We have a branch in Mbali. We have a branch in Mbarara. We have a branch here in Hoima. Under UDB branches. In these branches, there is money. There's money for especially tourism development. And I'm sure because now of AFCON and so on, and because of the ATMs, because I told you in ATM, that T is tourism. You can really partake of this money. So let's go in these branches. Those who are in Kampala come to UDB. It is not very far from this, around Crested Towers there. Those who usually to know those Crested Towers building, you will find UDB and they explain to you the money and how you can get it. But let's save and normally take these opportunities. Opportunity like if AFCON comes and then it goes away, and these, I don't know whether our friends are here, I don't know, want to be, and they are the ones again getting it's not good. Somebody asked a question on Bank of Uganda branches. How do we establish branches of Bank of Uganda? We have a branch in Arua, branch in Lira, branch in Fort Portal, branch in Kakabari, there's a branch, in Barara, there's a branch. The branches of an institution like a bank are determined by a simple factor. And that is what? Demand for the service. So I want to encourage us as Ugandans, these commercial banks. This demand will come from commercial banks. So if we realize as a Bank of Uganda, there's a lot of business. People are saving, people are doing business. The commercial banks are servicing, are giving the people, they have money, they need to keep this money safely and so on. That's when you start application. That actually we need now a branch. So for us, we cannot come as Bank of Uganda say we want to put a branch in Masindi. It is you to create that demand and then the branch will come. Then there is a question here for, isn't this Huntington again? Huntington, isn't this for you? As Mwananchi, what does it mean exactly that there is protection of only 10 million shillings? Do we have somebody here from DPF? If it's not there, then it is Huntington. How about extra money which I have and the bank is liquidated or closes and you are only going to give me 10 million, please?
Thank you, Deputy Governor, for the question. Now, what 10 million means is for if you have savings in a bank of up to 10 million shillings, in the unlikely event that your bank closes, within 1 month you get back your 10 million. Okay? If you have 10. So it means if you have 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, up to 10. Within 1 month, you get back your payment. If you have 11 million, within 1 month, you will get the 10 million. Okay? The remaining 1 million, you'll get it after they've sold off the assets of the bank to pay back depositors and other obligations of the bank. Have you got it? That's it. Thank you.
No, maybe explain more the 1 million.
The way you get it back is
how long will it take?
hey,
And from where?
how long it takes will depend on how fast they can sell off the assets. So it can take much, much longer depending on how fast they can sell off the assets. Remember, most of the assets they will have either their loans, the people have taken the loans and they've not paid back these loans. So they have to sell off the security to recover this money and be able to pay it back to you as depositors. So that one can take a longer period of time. But the 10 million, within 1 month, you'll be able to get it.
There's also a question on the revival of cooperative bank. Can
Okay.
you answer it?
Okay.
It's also for you.
Okay. So don't think about a bank collapsing. Why does a bank collapse? Because you and me, who have borrowed money from this bank, have not paid back. Let it become part of our DNA that every institution you use for depositing, for borrowing, remains operating by you paying back the loans that you borrowed from these institutions. That's how they will only survive. If you don't pay back, you will be contributing towards failure of that institution. Now, how can the cooperative bank be revived?
And when? That's also when.
Yesterday, someone asked a question. He said, as farmers are struggling, we can't get loans, agricultural loans from these banks because the banks don't want to give us loans from Bank of Uganda, ACF loans at low rates. So open up the cooperative bank so that we are able to get these loans from the cooperative bank. What we need to understand is that the cooperative bank was a commercial bank, just like any other bank. It was cooperative because it belonged to the cooperative movement. The shareholders of this cooperative bank were you members of the general public who subscribed to the cooperative movement. Now you're getting into circles. If you raise sufficient resources within your circles, you can easily become shareholders and come to Bank of Uganda and say, we are now ready to open up another cooperative bank. The other one can never be opened again because it closed, it was wound out completely. So if you want to have another cooperative bank, not the other one, another cooperative bank, you have to start afresh. But if you start afresh, you just need to understand how banking works. Yes, your circles, your cooperative societies that do production, that are involved in transport, make sure the loans you get from that bank are paid back. If you don't pay them back, that institution will also collapse. That's the principle we need to understand and appreciate. Banks only survive because you borrow money, and you must borrow from them. Because sometimes you have a very big dream. You want to build a house or a hotel, and you don't have enough money to do so. And the bank has the money to help you fulfill your dream. The only way the bank will benefit from you as you benefit from them by getting loans is by you paying back the loans. Now, to the bankers, most times people fail to pay because you don't explain these terms and conditions of their loans very, very well. They come to you, you just give them money. Explain to them line by line so that they understand what they're getting themselves into. I'm borrowing this money. This is what I'm supposed to pay every month. One of the methods I can use for risk management is in bringing insurance on board. What does insurance do? What am I insuring against? Explain these things very, very well so that people understand what they're getting themselves into. When I borrow money, what am I going to use it for? I've seen people who borrow money to start a business, and the next day the person is celebrating a birthday. And they're using the money they've got for a loan to celebrate a birthday. Birthday party is not going to generate revenues to pay back the loan. So explain these things to the borrowers very well so that they're able to utilize the resources for the intended purposes and they pay them back. That's the only way our country will develop. Otherwise, we shall continue singing the song of poverty. When you see the president standing in the global arena, they classify us as highly indebted poor countries. Why? Because we don't support our governments. The taxes government collects, they can't help us meet the whole budget. I think we contribute like 52%. The rest comes from other sources. We go borrowing.
41.
You see a whole excellency. He walks around borrowing money, and when they see him, they laugh. And of course, it's not him they are laughing at. It is us he leads. They say these people can't sustain themselves, so they come to borrow from us. So it is incumbent upon each one of us. Me, I pay taxes. And I'm very proud that I pay taxes because I contribute towards the welfare of my country.
Thank you very much, Hannington. Do we have someone from Insurance Regulatory Authority? Please, you have a question here. What is insurable interest?
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, for the opportunity. I'm going straight to the question. What is insurable interest? I am sure that came from what Hannington said, that when you provide the collateral must have insurable interest. But what is insurable interest? Is a legal right to own a property. And that legal right must be backed up by a financial loss if you lose that property. That's why banks do not accept a property that does not belong to you. Why? Because you don't have a legal right to own it. But then two, they will not accept things that have emotional attachment, because you may not feel the loss of money if you lose that property. So if you, in insurance, we have 6 principles. That is one of the principles of insurance, that insurable interest. But generally, I should use this opportunity to say, insurance addresses the concern. What if something still goes wrong after doing everything right? You are at a workplace, you have put all the safety measures and everything are in place, but a staff still gets injured in an accident. You must have insured that staff. You are a good driver, you have all the licenses, and you are driving at the right speed. And you actually even purchased your vehicle using a loan. It was financed by a loan. And you are driving well. What if something still goes wrong? That there is a certain person who doesn't understand how to drive well and still drives into you and destroy your vehicle. Insurance comes out to address that. What if something still goes wrong despite you putting your everything in your garden? You have borrowed your money, you have put it in agricultural production, but drought still strikes. What if that still happens? That is what insurance comes to address. Members, when we are making investment, making financial investment, we must always be sensitive of that one question. What if something still goes wrong? despite doing everything right. And mark the word, despite doing everything right. That is also one of the reasons why insurance don't pay claims. Why? Because sometimes we don't do everything right. You are driving under the influence of alcohol and then you get an accident. You are not doing something right. You understand? You have a company, and the laws, the safety rules requires that you put all the measures in place to make sure that your staffs are safe. But you still don't put safety measures in place. You have not done everything right. Therefore, make sure you do everything right. Insure your businesses, insure your properties, insure whatever you own. Then if such a thing, unfortunate thing still happens, insurance will come in and help. I see.
Thank you very much, Insurance Regulatory Authority and Deputy Governor. I want to thank you so much for providing real-time answers to most of the questions that have been asked. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready. And because lunch is ready, we are constrained to proceed with the Q&A session. But this is what we are going to do. For those of you who have given us written questions and left names and telephone numbers, if you're using a smartphone, we'll get back to you via WhatsApp. And if you're using an analog phone, then we'll send you an SMS with a response regarding your question. And in case you did not give us a name or even a contact, the Bank of Uganda team is going to be available during lunch. Please reach out to them, and then we should be able to answer the questions as raised. Right now, I want to get now feedback from you regarding today's engagement. And I want to invite Hudson Bunya while his team gets strategically deployed. Hudson is leading the team which is doing digital stakeholder feedback system. And they want to get feedback from you. It won't take long, and then we go to closure.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, Deputy Governor and our distinguished guests. All protocol observed. I'm here to guide us on how we can give feedback. Throughout this morning, we have spoken to you and you have spoken to us. But now we want to find out how far we have achieved our objectives. Please, this is how we are going to do it. We have two options. There's one way of scanning the QR code for those who have smartphones. And the other is by dialing that.
The Deputy Governor, the MP for Uruli constituency, Masindi, our Lord the Bishop, the entire team that accompanied the Deputy Governor to Masindi, the technical staff, all religious leaders, opinion, and all invited guests. I would like to take this particular honor to thank the DG and his entire team for having organized this kind of interface and interaction for the people of Masindi. I must admit that in my whole lifetime, this is the first engagement of this kind that we are having in Masindi with Bank of Uganda. I think we're on the right course, and should this continue, I believe the gap that has been existing between the Bank of Uganda and the people it serves will continue narrowing, and that will definitely mean that the cooperation and information flow between us all will be very good, and that will be a stride in national development and socio-economic transformation for our people. Dear members, as we came in, we didn't expect all this. We have quite got a bountiful of information that was lacking and missing in most of us. As it was hinted yesterday, we only knew Bank of Uganda for making sure that currency circulates in the economy, and that was all. But through this interaction, we have got to know that there is much more they do other than the currency bit of it. There is a whole range of products and facilities that extend in the economy. And I'm sure as we talk now, we are more versed with good information that will help us make meaningful economic decisions in this struggle of socio-economic transformation. In this gathering, we have investors, we have farmers and technical officers. And I think from what has been presented, they have picked some items as a take home. Those who need agricultural facilities, SCF is there for you. For businesses that collapsed or were about to collapse during COVID-19, you have got the information. Those who want to invest in other areas, especially the grains, and Masindi being a grain growing area, we can also have that bit of it. How do we add the value to the products that we produce as Masindi so that we can be able to expand our businesses and even export where possible. So all has not been in vain, but the onus is on us as Masindi people. How do we partake and gain from this engagement? And Mr. Governor, it's our sole prayer that this kind of interaction should be regular. After some bit of time, we should be predictable that around this month, Bank of Uganda should be coming to interact with us so that we give you our challenges and you also get a feedback from the people that you serve. Some of us do appreciate the people who serve us food. And in this case, we've been appreciating other financial institutions that have been dealing with us on a day-to-day basis. And even giving flowers to people who talk much about the economy of Uganda. But the very people in the kitchen who prepare all this food oftentimes are forgotten. And that is Bank of Uganda. The economic progress that we're talking about is managed by Bank of Uganda through various tools that they use in managing both the monetary and fiscal policies of the country. So when the president says that we are moving steadily, it's because of this able team that's always in the background, preparing everything good for us. So members, I know when you want to be hated, you talk long when people are waiting for food. And I don't want to be one of those. So I thank you very much. And our engagement has been so fruitful, very cordial, very lively. Mr. DG, you take back our regards to the people who remained. And for us as Masindi, we pledge that each time you call us, we shall be here to interact with you always. I thank you very much and wish everybody the best of luck for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa Kyamiza, representing the Chief Administrative Officer of Masindi District. I now take the privilege to invite the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza Amoti to lead us in a word of prayer. Honorable Dakugizibe, thank you so much for attending up to the end. Some members of parliament walk away, but you've been around consistently.
Thank you so much, our moderator, the Deputy Governor, Bank of Uganda. Thank you. Prophet Hosea in chapter 4, verse 6 says, "My people are perishing due to lack of knowledge." And I know the knowledge we have got today, in one way or the other, may make us survive perishing out of poverty and any other thing. Thank you for the information we have got. We are well packed with the information that can make us survive perishing out of poverty and any other thing that comes our way. We pray that the Lord bless us all, and as we've taken this information, we use it appropriately. As a diocese, we have benefited a lot, and there are things that we can benefit from Bank of Uganda through the branches. May we stand and we pray. The Lord be with you and also with you. Father, we thank you. We worship you and glorify your holy name for this special day. Thank you for Bank of Uganda, the Deputy Governor and the team. Thank you for technical people who are here, the political leaders, the security, the religious leaders, civil society organizations, our educational institutions, and all service providers who have been part of this engagement. We thank you for clearly speaking to us through different people who have presented to us this day. Indeed, God, we have been blessed by the presence of Bank of Uganda. We even thank you as this central bank celebrates 60 years of existence. We have seen stability in the economy. We have seen the authenticity of our currency and very many things. We pray that as we celebrate the 60 years, Lord, your service, the service of this central bank, would continue growing better and better to transforming the life of the people in this nation. We thank you for our nation, Uganda. Also thank you for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you for every opportunity and the condition we have to invest in this nation. Glory and honor be to your name. Bless the central bank. Bless the team which is here. Bless our Deputy Governor for ably being part of this in present physically. The Lord, the work of the bank and us who have benefited from this engagement would lead to total transformation in the lives of many who live in this nation. Glory and honor be to your name. Now lead us as we leave this place back to our places of work and our places of residence, but also will continue leading the team of Bank of Uganda in all its plan, that though they would deliver perfectly to this nation. Our prayer we offer to you through Jesus Christ our Lord. And may the blessings of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, my Lord, the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese. Kindly remain standing for the anthems.
Come on.
Thank you very much. You may get seated. And those of us who are in motion, you can move a bit to conclude what you are doing. Then I make just a few announcements, then we conclude. One, we have lunch that is going to be served after this engagement. The team from the Bank of Uganda, together with the hotel, will guide you where you're going to serve from. Two, the Deputy Governor has been kind enough to provide a modest transport refund to you, and it's going to be given out by Jonah Waiswa. Jonah Waiswa is around. I know he interacted with you during mobilization. He's going to position himself strategically so that we can receive that modest transport refund. Then three, if you want to clap, please clap so that the Deputy Governor can hear you. And in Bunyoro, when we choose to clap, we do clap. Thank you. And very finally, we are going to take 4 photos, and we'll use this as the stage. So on this note, I'll request our high table team to kindly stand up. Then we organize this stage quickly, and then we do the very first photo. It's going to feature the high table basically as the very first photo. And after the high table, we are going to have the second photo, which is going to feature the VIPs. VIPs meaning religious leaders. We have the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese. We have Reverend Father and the entire team, including Reverend Sisters who have come from Hoima Catholic Diocese. They will feature in that photo. We have the honorable councillors can join in, and the technical heads from both Masindi District local government and the municipal council will join in. And then we'll have one with the SFI, supervised financial institutions, plus any of you who will be interested for as long as we can fit here. And then the very last one is going to be taken featuring the Bank of Uganda team. But members of senior management from Bank of Uganda are constant in all these photos. So please, directors, you can also walk up here to get ready to feature in the photos. One, thank you for coming. Mogera Francis from Kinyara Sugar Limited, thank you so much for coming. We had initially introduced the Deputy General Manager. Jeff Chamiza, thank you so much for the support from the Chevron and ushering in people. One, thank all of you for really taking time off to attend this engagement. Are we good to go, photographer? All right, Rosette, who is heading protocol, kindly. I also invite the directors from Bank of Uganda to. Area Member of Parliament. The bishop can also come forward, actually the VIP table.